Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. If you like this bedtime story or have thoughts for future sleep stories, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the channel on Patreon, where you'll find audio voice-only versions of my sleep stories. Thank you for your continued support. And before the story begins, imagine that you're being told this sleep story to the relaxing backdrop of rain outside. Just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to have a sense of relaxing your mind and body as I count down from 20 to 1. Becoming deeper absorbed in the experience with each number. From 20, beginning to focus on the top of your head, noticing what your head is resting on, how it's supported gently in place, the comfort in and around your head as it rests there. 19. Having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head softening and relaxing deeper and deeper, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before moving your awareness around your face. 18. Focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread around your face, your ears and your cheeks. Having the muscles in these areas soften and relax. 17. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper. 16. Noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps find that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. 15. And you can continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. 14. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and your upper back. 13. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders, or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders. As that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. 12. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. 11. And I don't know which arm will relax fully fastest, whether it'll be the left arm or the right arm, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. 10. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach, your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. 9. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed, while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax as a wave of healing light gently passes down through your body. 8. You begin to have a sense of that healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take. 7. Filling you with peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, calming your mind. 6. Breathing in healing, calm relaxation. And breathing out any stress or tension. 5. Aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms. 4. Gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. 3. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation. 2. As the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down to the soles of your feet, perhaps noticing your whole mind and body filling with a deep sense of peace and calm. 1. And as you allow that light to flow with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. And in the heart of a quaint, weathered cottage, nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, lies a room where time seems to stretch and yawn with every passing hour. This room is a haven of softness and warmth, a place where the world outside slips away, leaving only the comforting embrace of tranquility. The walls here are adorned with faded floral wallpaper, which exudes a quiet charm, their colours softened by years of gentle sunlight. Every corner of the room speaks of comfort, from the plump, overstuffed cushions that spill across the floor like contented cats, to the well-worn blankets that drape lazily over the arm of an old rocking chair, inviting anyone to settle in and rest. And in the centre of this room, bathed in the golden glow of the late afternoon sun, lies Whiskers, the large, fluffy cat, his fur a luxurious mix of cream and caramel, each strand catching the light and gleaming as if woven from spun silk. Whiskers is a master of relaxation, a creature who has perfected the art of doing nothing with grace and elegance. He sprawled across his favourite cushion, a plush, deep blue pillow that has moulded itself perfectly to the contours of his body over the years. The cushion sits by the window, where the sunlight pours in like warm honey, pooling around Whiskers and creating a cocoon of warmth that he sinks into with a contented sigh. The room is filled with the scent of fresh lavender, a calming fragrance that drifts in through the open window, mingling with the faint, earthy aroma of the garden outside. The gentle breeze carries with it the soft rustle of leaves and the distant hum of bees busy with their late afternoon tasks. But these sounds barely register with Whiskers, who's far more interested in the warm, drowsy feeling that spreads through his body, making his eyelids grow heavier and heavier. Whiskers stretches lazily, his limbs extending in a slow, languid motion that speaks of utter contentment. His back arches gracefully, and his claws, sharp and white, peek out from their velvety sheaths as he flexes them against the cushion. With a low, rumbling purr, he rolls onto his side, his fur rippling like a field of golden wheat in the gentle breeze. The sun's rays dance across his body, highlighting the subtle variations in colour, from the deep caramel of his back to the creamy white of his belly. He closes his eyes, the world around him blurring into a haze of warmth and light. As he settles deeper into the cushion, the room seems to respond in kind, growing quieter, more peaceful. The ticking of the old clock on the mantel slows to a soothing rhythm, like the steady beat of a heart at rest. The sunlight, warm and soft, seems to sink into Whiskers' fur, melting away any last remnants of wakefulness. His breathing becomes slow and steady, each exhale a sigh of contentment. The soft sounds of the room, the whisper of the breeze, the creak of the floorboards, the distant chirp of a bird outside, all blend together into a lullaby that lulls Whiskers into a state of deep, restful relaxation. The world outside the window begins to blur as Whiskers' mind drifts further and further into a dreamlike state. The sun, now low in the sky, casts long golden beams across the wooden floor, creating patterns that dance and sway like leaves floating on a gentle stream. These patterns seem to draw Whiskers deeper into his cushion, as if the very light is encouraging him to sink down into the soft embrace of sleep. His body grows heavier, his eyelids droop lower, and the world around him fades into a peaceful golden haze. The lines between waking and dreaming begin to blur, and Whiskers is on the edge of slipping into a world where time stands still, and all that exists is the warmth of the sun, the softness of the cushion, and the soothing rhythm of his own breathing. It's a moment of perfect peace, a pause in the flow of time, when nothing matters but the simple pleasure of being warm, safe, and utterly, blissfully relaxed. Yet, just as he's about to drift off into the welcoming arms of sleep, a new sound reaches his ears, something soft and fluttering, like the whisper of wings or the rustle of a delicate leaf. It's a sound that doesn't belong to the usual symphony of the room, a sound that tugs gently at the edge of Whiskers' awareness, pulling him back from the brink of sleep and into a state of curious alertness. The room has changed as rooms often do in the liminal moments between day and night. The sun, once a golden presence, has dipped lower, its light shifting from a warm gold to a soft, dusky pink that fills the room with a gentle, otherworldly glow. The long shadows on the floor stretch and dance, moving with the quiet grace of a fading day. The air has cooled and the scent of lavender is now mingled with the crisp, clean fragrance of the evening. Whiskers stirs, one ear twitching towards the sound that's disrupted his peaceful reverie. His eyelids, so heavy just moments before, lift slowly, revealing eyes of the deepest amber, still glazed with the remnants of sleep. For a moment, he remains still, as if deciding whether this new sound is worth his attention or if he should simply sink back into the cushion and let it pass. But the sound comes again, soft, yet insistent, a fluttering that seems to hover just beyond the edge of his understanding. He turns his head slowly, his gaze drifting towards the window, where the last rays of the setting sun cast a rosy glow over the garden outside. The room around him is a haven of comfort, but something about the world beyond the window now holds a strange allure, a pull that Whiskers hasn't felt in a long time. His usual laziness, so deeply ingrained in his nature, begins to wane, replaced by a flicker of something else, curiosity. Outside the window, something shimmers, a small mysterious light hovering just above the ground like a firefly caught in the twilight. It moves gently, as if beckoning, its soft glow flickering in the growing dusk. The light is unlike anything Whiskers has seen before, not just in its appearance, but in the way it seems to call out to him, to tug at a part of him that has long been dormant. It's a light that stirs something deep within his heart, a whisper of adventure, a promise of something more than the warm, comfortable world he knows. Whiskers blinks, his eyes focusing on the light as it dances before the glass. His curiosity, once a small ember, begins to grow, fanned by the gentle breeze that now drifts in through the open window. The cool air brushes against his fur, sending a small shiver down his spine, a sensation that's both invigorating and oddly soothing. The laziness that once held him captive is now giving way to a sense of wonder, a desire to explore, to understand the source of this strange, captivating light. With a soft grunt, Whiskers rises from his cushion, his movements slow and deliberate, as if he's testing the strength of his curiosity against the pull of his usual inertia. His paws touch the wooden floor, the cool surface a stark contrast to the warmth of the cushion. And he stretches once more, his back arching gracefully as he prepares to investigate this new, intriguing presence. He pads towards the window, each step quiet and measured, his body low and sleek, moving with the fluid grace of a cat who's not yet fully awakened, but is drawn irresistibly towards the unknown. The light outside flickers again, brighter now, as if it knows that it's captured Whiskers' attention and is urging him closer. It hovers and dips, like a playful sprite leading him to the window, where he pauses, his nose just inches from the glass. Through the window, the garden is a world transformed by the soft light of dusk. The familiar shapes of bushes and flowers are now cast in shadow, their edges blurred and softened, creating a landscape that feels both familiar and strange. The light, this small, shimmering beacon, floats just beyond the window, its glow steady and inviting, casting a gentle illumination over the garden's darkening expanse. Whiskers feels the pull of the light stronger now, a tug that resonates deep within him, stirring a sense of curiosity that he can no longer ignore. He hesitates for just a moment, torn between the comfort of his cushion and the allure of the unknown. But the light is insistent, its glow beckoning him to step out of his familiar world and into the twilight, where mysteries await and dreams are made. With quiet resolve, Whiskers decides to follow the light. He nudges the window open, the cool evening air rushing in to greet him, carrying with it the sense of the garden and the promise of an adventure. The light flickers one last time, as if in approval, and begins to drift away, leading Whiskers out of the room and into the night. And Whiskers gives one final glance back at his cosy cushion before stepping through the window, leaving behind the warmth and comfort for the cool, mysterious embrace of the evening. And as the night unfolds, like a velvet curtain as Whiskers steps into the garden, the air is cool and crisp, a refreshing contrast to the lingering warmth of the day. It wraps around him like a soft, comforting blanket, his fur bristling slightly in response to the night's chill, each hair standing on end as if to catch the faint whispers of the breeze that dance through the leaves above. The garden, so familiar in daylight, seems to have transformed into a place of mystery and enchantment. Shadows stretching long and dark across the ground, their shapes shifting and swaying with the movement of the wind. What were once simple bushes and flower beds now seem like hidden alcoves and secret corners, each one holding the potential for discovery. The night-blooming flowers have opened their petals to the moon, releasing the most beautifully intoxicating fragrance that fills the air. A scent that evokes secrets and dreams of places and stories yet to be uncovered. And above Whiskers, the sky is a deep indigo canvas, dotted with the first stars of the evening, twinkling gently like tiny pinpricks of light in a vast expanse of darkness. Watching so timelessly over the world below. The moon, a slender crescent, hangs low on the horizon, its silver light casting a soft ethereal glow over the garden, the light mingling with the mysterious shimmer that Whiskers has been following, creating a pathway of silvery luminescence, beckoning him forward and deeper into the night. His paws move so soundlessly over the cool earth, each step measured and deliberate, almost as if he doesn't want to disturb the quiet magic of the night. The ground beneath him is soft, cushioned by a layer of fallen leaves that give the faintest crunch under his weight. The garden feels alive in a way that it doesn't during the day. With every rustle of leaves, with the gentle sound of the breeze, adding to the sense of mystery hanging in the air. The tree's branches lean over, creating a walkway to follow. Whiskers continues on, finding occasionally that he wants to dance playfully in the shadows as they flicker and twirl. And he continues on, growing a deeper sense of curiosity and wonder. And the light guides him deeper and deeper into the garden, further and further away from his home. And he follows that light, noticing the world around him, gently shifting and changing. The garden, once seeming small, now begins to feel like a vast and endless expanse. The trees seem to be growing taller, their branches reaching up to the sky like spires of ancient castles. The flowers seem to glow faintly in the moonlight, swaying in time with the rhythm of the breeze. The petals brushing against Whiskers' fur as he passes, leaving a trail of their sweet, sleepy scent in his wake. And the further he goes, the more absorbed he becomes in the world around him. The cool air, the soft sounds, the gentle light, all lulling him deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. His body moving automatically, his mind drifting further and further into the realm of dreams. The garden, with its usually familiar paths and well-known nooks, has become a gateway to something beyond, a portal to a world where anything is possible, where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blur and fade away. And Whiskers continues to follow that light as it weaves through the trees. And while following the world around him, becomes softer and more dreamlike. And the light stops, hovering just in front of a large, ancient oak tree. The tree is immense, its trunk thick and gnarled, its branches spreading wide, casting deep shadows on the ground. The bark is rough and weathered, etched with the passage of countless years, giving off a sense of wisdom, as if the tree has stood here since the beginning of time. And as Whiskers stands there, the light just hovering above him, he hears a soft, deep, friendly hoot. And high above, in the sprawling branches of this ancient oak tree, he notices a pair of glowing eyes shining like twin moons in the darkness, and discovers that they belong to Orion, a wise old owl who's made this tree his home. His feathers are a mottled mix of greys and browns, blending seamlessly with the bark of the tree, making him nearly invisible apart from his luminous eyes. He sits perched on a branch, his large wings folded neatly against his body, his head tilted slightly to one side as he gazes down at Whiskers. Orion exudes a sense of calm, ancient wisdom, as if he's seen and known all that there is to see and know in this world. There is something deeply comforting about his presence that makes Whiskers feel safe and at ease, almost like he's in the company of an old friend. Orion hoots softly, the sound deep and melodic, resonating through the still night air, a sound that seems to echo in the heart, stirring something deep within Whiskers, a recognition of the ancient rhythms of the world, of a connection between all living things. And the owl begins to speak, its voice slow and rhythmic, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility almost like a lullaby for the soul. "Good evening, Whiskers," Orion says. "What brings you out on such a quiet night? It's not often I see you venturing beyond the warmth of your cushion." Whiskers gazes at the owl, his amber eyes wide and curious. He feels the need to speak, to explain, but words seem unnecessary. Orion's gaze is so penetrating, so knowing, that Whiskers has the sense that this owl already understands the unspoken answers and the meaning of everything. "You followed the light," Orion continues. "It's a light that few notice, and fewer still follow. But you have felt its call and you've heeded it. That light is a guide, a beacon that leads to a place where dreams are born and where the deepest, most peaceful rest can be found." The owl's words wrap around Whiskers like a comforting blanket, soothing, reassuring. There's no urgency in Orion's tone, no rush to reach the destination, only the promise of a journey that will lead to a place of profound peace and serenity. The thought fills Whiskers with a deep sense of calm, a sense that he's exactly where he's meant to be, doing exactly what he's meant to do. The journey you've begun is one that many have started but few have completed. It's a journey into the heart of the night, into the very essence of sleep and dreams. You'll find that the world around you is different here, that the rules of the waking world don't always apply, and the light will always guide you, and I'll be here to watch over you. And Whiskers felt a deep sense of gratitude and a positive warmth settle into his heart. He nodded gently, acknowledging Orion's words. The light still hovering above, pulsing softly with a reassuring glow. "Follow the light," Orion said. "It will take you where you need to go. And remember, wherever the journey leads you, I'll be here, watching over you, guiding you from afar. Trust in the light, and trust in yourself." And as Orion finished speaking, he spread his wings with a silent, graceful motion, dropped off the branch, and flew into the darkness. Whiskers took a deep breath, ready to continue his journey. The mysterious light leading him further and further through the garden. away from any sense of familiar surroundings, the world seeming to grow quieter with each step. The sound of the night becoming muffled. The light dipping low, hovering close to the ground as it approaches a small hidden hole nestled beneath a cluster of wild flowers. The flowers' petals shimmer faintly in the moonlight, creating a gentle glow that illuminates the entrance. The light pauses at the entrance. Whiskers hesitates for a moment as he peers into the small dark hole. The scent of earth and moss gently meeting his nostrils. With curiosity, he lowers his head and starts to head into the hole. He finds that the descent is smooth and easy. The earth is cool and soft. The tunnel is lined with gentle moss, offering up a soothing texture against his fur. Glowing fungus lighting the journey through this tunnel. Like the walls are covered in twinkling stars. This tunnel giving off a sense of peace and calm and comfort. Like a sanctuary hidden within the earth. And as Whiskers reaches the bottom of the tunnel, it opens out into a wide, cosy chamber. The floor covered in a thick carpet of dried leaves and soft grasses. The freshest, most pleasant scent rising from the ground, like a spring meadow. The air warm and comfortable. And as Whiskers gazes around his surroundings, he sees a flash of white fur dart across his path, accompanied by a most pleasant, cheerful giggle. And he spots a small, energetic rabbit bounding around, its eyes wide and sparkling with mischief. And this rabbit is Thistle, the playful guardian, and she greets Whiskers with a joyful bounce, her soft fur brushing against his as she circles him in an enthusiastic welcome. "Hello there," Thistle exclaims, her voice high and sweet, filled with the unbridled joy of a creature who knows nothing of worry or fear. "Welcome to my cosy little burrow. It's not often we get visitors down here, especially not from the world above. You must be a very special being." Whiskers feels a warm smile spread gently across his face, the infectious energy of the rabbit lightening his heart. He watches as Thistle bounces around him, her movements quick and graceful, as if she's dancing to a tune that only she can hear. There's something so pure and carefree about her. Come, come, Thistle urges, her voice like the tinkling of bells. You must be tired after your journey. Why don't you rest here for a while? The moss is soft, the air is sweet, perfect for a little nap. For a moment, Whiskers is tempted. The burrow is indeed inviting, its warmth and softness beckoning him to lie down, close his eyes, and drift into a peaceful slumber. But then he remembers the light that's led him here, the gentle glow that still hovers just above him, patiently waiting. There's still more to discover, more to learn. What about the light? Whiskers asks, his voice soft and low, almost as if he's speaking to himself. It's leading me somewhere. There's somewhere I need to go. Thistle stops her bouncing, looks at Whiskers with wide, understanding eyes. And then nods. It's leading you to the Dream Glade, a place where all creatures go to find the deepest, most restful sleep. It's a magical place, hidden deep within the heart of the night, where dreams are born, and where the worries of the world simply melt away. Thistle hops closer, but only those with a true desire for peace and rest can find it. Many have tried, but only a few have made it to the glade. It's not just about following the light, it's about following your heart, about truly wanting to let go and embrace the serenity that awaits. Whiskers listens, the words resonating deep within him, feeling a profound sense of peace and harmony. You must continue, Whiskers. Follow the light. It'll guide you to the glade. Whiskers sets off, continuing to follow. He leaves the warmth of Thistle's burrow behind. Heads back out into the night. The air has become cooler, more crisp. The world around him is so silent and still, the stars continuing to twinkle. He heads towards a bubbling stream. The stream winds so gently through a moonlit meadow, its waters glowing faintly as they catch the light of the stars. The sound of the water, a quiet, soothing melody, a soft murmur filling the air with a sense of peace and tranquility. The grasses on the bank of the river swaying gently in the breeze. Whiskers approaches the stream. He walks slowly and deliberately. There seems to be something magical about this place. Something that makes him feel as if he's standing at the threshold of a dream. The clear and cool water reflecting the sky above, creating the illusion of another world just beneath the surface. Whiskers gazes into the stream, his eyes drawn to the reflection of the stars, and for a moment he feels as if he could step into that mirrored world and lose himself deeply in its serenity. He can see his reflection looking back at him. But it's not just his reflection. It's a version of himself that's lighter, more serene, almost as if he's already part of the dream that beckons him. His fur in the reflection seems to shimmer and glow. His eyes deep, holding a calmness that he's never seen before. The stream continues to hum, its relaxing melody resonating deep within Whiskers' soul. Like a song of rest, of letting go of worries and cares that weigh on the heart. As he listens to that stream, he can feel those worries melting away, dissolving like mist in the morning sun. The world around him growing softer and softer as he sinks deeper and deeper into a peaceful reverie, discovering that the stream is a guide, a gentle presence leading him not just physically but mentally deeper to the heart of his journey. The light just hovering above the stream, pulsing in a gentle rhythm, urging Whiskers to let go, to let himself be carried on the current of dreams. And Whiskers steps closer to the stream, the cool water lapping at his pores. The sensation making him feel as if he's standing on the edge of two worlds, one waking, one of sleep. He gives way to immersing himself fully in the tranquil, pleasant embrace of dreams emitted by the stream. He enjoys this sensation for a while, but this dreamy sensation reminds him he needs to continue his journey to the Dream Glade. He can't rest here, absorbed in the dreams from the stream. And so he heads away from the stream, following the light, heading deeper into the night, past glowing flowers, like tiny lanterns lighting the way, feeling the pull of the glade growing stronger with each step. And as he continues on, walking away from the stream, following that light, the light passes into a dense, ancient forest. The trees so tall and majestic, branches stretching and intertwined high in the sky, blocking out much of the moonlight. The occasional shard of light dancing before him as they walk deeper into this ancient forest. This forest seems so magical, a place where he can imagine souls go to rest and find peace. The light ahead weaves through the trees like the most gentle breeze as Whiskers follows. And the deeper and deeper he goes into the forest, the more peaceful and relaxed he feels. And in the heart of the forest, he encounters a deer named Serene, and she lives up to her name in every way. She gives off a deep sense of kindness and calmness and deep understanding. She has soft and brown fur, moves so gracefully and unhurried, as if she has all the time in the world. She tells Whiskers that he's not far from the Dream Glade. Explains that it's a place where the deepest dreams are born, and that he'll find it tonight. And Whiskers feels a deep sense of serenity from Serene, before noticing the trees beginning to part beyond her, and a path widening, and the light moves towards that widening path. And with a deep sense of curiosity, Whiskers follows. And through that opening path is a hidden sanctuary bathed in soft light that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a warm and inviting light, creating a glow that's gentle and comforting, like the first light of dawn carefully spilling over the horizon. And as Whiskers steps into the glade, he feels a deep sense of awe and wonder. The air seems to be filled with a distant sound of chimes, like tiny tinkling bells, singing in the breeze, adding a deeper, dreamlike quality to this place. And in the centre of this glade is a small crystal clear pool of water that's perfectly still. And Whiskers feels he could almost step into the pool and sleep on the surface, floating under the most peaceful night sky. And the light that's guided Whiskers throughout his journey to here hovers above the pool. And Whiskers gazes into the water. And the longer he gazes into that water, the deeper and more profound his experience becomes. He feels a sense of becoming lighter and lighter, as if he could just float away on a breeze, carried by the gentle melody and the chimes surrounding him. And while gazing into the water, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm, he feels that he can barely keep his eyes open, as if dreams are approaching. He feels a deep sense of contentment, deeper than he's ever felt before, as if every worry, every care, all discomfort is lifted from within him, leaving just pure peace and calm. Feeling this glade is offering up a sense of healing, renewing his mind and body, filling him with comfort. As he drifts deeper asleep, absorbed in the dreamlike atmosphere of the glade. And Whiskers lies there so peacefully, so relaxed in the glade, his body relaxing deeper and deeper, his mind resting and at ease. His heart feeling a deep sense of contentment and serenity and love. Exploring the corners of the silence as he drifts deeper and deeper into the experience. And after some time in this glade, experiencing the most profound sleep, he starts his journey home following that light, the light guiding him all the way back, until he finds himself back at the cottage through the garden. He jumps back up onto the ledge of the window, the light turning and seeming to almost acknowledge him, before wistfully disappearing off and vanishing from sight. He jumps down from the ledge, back in the familiarity and the warmth of the cosy room in the cottage. Noticing that fresh lavender scent once more. As he heads back and rests back down on his favourite cushion, curling himself up on its inviting surface and sinking down into a profound sense of peace and relaxation, stretching lazily, closing his eyes, beginning to dream about his journey to the Dream Glade and back again, what he saw, what he heard, the smells, the experience, before drifting and floating deeper and deeper asleep, so profoundly all night long, into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you stand at the edge of a mystical lake, a hidden gem cradled by ancient trees whose branches stretch like the arms of wise old guardians. And here time seems to be held in a delicate, eternal pause. The surface of the lake is perfectly still, a mirror reflecting the sky above with such clarity that it feels as if you're gazing into another world. The air around you is crisp and fresh, infused with the subtle, sweet scent of dandelions that seem to float in the air, carried by a gentle, unseen breeze. The scene before you is breathtakingly serene. The water's glassy surface reflecting the deep blue of the sky and the soft white clouds drifting lazily above. Every detail is sharp and clear. From the emerald green of the surrounding foliage to the golden light of the sun that bathes everything in a warm, soothing glow. It's as if time has ceased its relentless march, allowing you to savour this moment of perfect peace. And as you stand there, the stillness of the scene fills you with a profound sense of calm. Your breathing slows, your thoughts quiet, and you feel a deep connection to the world around you. The usual rush of noise of life seems a distant memory, replaced by a feeling of being suspended in a moment outside of time. It's a place where the past, present and future merge into a single, timeless now. And you close your eyes. The air so cool against your skin, invigorating and refreshing. The sound of soft rustling leaves, singing birds, lapping water, each sound distinct yet blending so harmoniously. And when you open your eyes again, you feel a deeper sense of wonder. The lake The trees, the sky, all seem to pulse with a quiet yet powerful energy, as if the world itself is breathing, alive and conscious, sharing its ancient wisdom with you. The scent of dandelions mingle with the earthy aroma of moss and soil, helping to ground you in this present moment. And as you stand there, you wonder what you're going to discover. You can notice a hill off in the distance, covered in a lush green carpet of grass that seems to ripple so softly in the breeze. You can see that on top of that hill there seems to be a solitary seat carved from ancient stone, weathered by time. You can see that on that seat rests a chalice glowing with a soft, inviting light, like a beacon, ushering you over. You start to walk towards that distant hill and then begin to climb. And the climb up the hill is gentle, a winding path bordered by wildflowers, the air filled with their sweet, subtle fragrance. And as you ascend, you can notice the panoramic view, the lake in the distance, the surrounding countryside. And the higher you climb, the more expansive that view becomes. And the sky above is a deep and endless blue, dotted with the occasional soft puff of white cloud. The sun bathing everything in such a warm, comforting glow. And at the top of the hill, you take in the scene. And you head over to that stone seat. You admire the chalice, seeming to shimmer and shift with the light, etched with intricate patterns, telling tales of ancient wisdom. And as you touch that chalice, you feel a deep connection flowing through you. And as you hold that chalice, a comfortable surge of energy fills you with warmth and peace and destiny. And you sit down on the ancient stone seat, gazing out the top of this hill, over the rolling hills, distant forest, that shimmering lake. The sense of peace deepening further still. The air gently breezing and tickling your cheeks. Perhaps noticing a faint and distant sound of bells, as if acknowledging your discovery of this chalice, while you become deeper and deeper relaxed. And the chalice rests in your hands, glowing softly and gently. And as you sit there, and you rest your arm on one of the arms of the chair, so you feel something under one of your fingertips, and you gently touch and feel around with your fingertip, and inadvertently press a button, and the whole chair jolts, grinds, and seems to slide, revealing a staircase beneath you. And you stand up from the chair as the chair grinds to a halt. You gaze down the staircase, that hidden path, curious where it leads. You can just about see the steps to the bottom, and as you descend those steps into that hidden path, you count yourself down in your mind. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, stepping off the bottom step onto this secret path, you begin to follow this path, illuminated by the chalice you carry. And initially the path is dark and requiring illumination. But after a while, it seems to open up into an otherworldly landscape with a scent of sweet flowers you've never smelt before. And as you walk, this landscape seems to shift and transform. Meadows stretching out before you. The vibrant colours of different flowers unknown to you. An unusual sky above, even though you feel you should be underground. And the sky has a purple hue. The sounds of birds, but unlike anything you've ever heard before. And you enter a towering forest, the leaves rustling in the breeze. Each footstep guiding you deeper and deeper relaxed. Curious about the ancient stories that linger here in this land. And you exit this forest, continuing to follow the path, now weaving around the base of some hills, and steadily rising up one of the hills, and from the top of the hill you can see the landscape below. You can see what looks like a canal cutting through this landscape. You walk down the other side of the hill, weaving your way down that hill, heading towards that canal, arriving at the canal to find a narrow boat. Its wooden hull painted in vibrant colours, adorned with intricate carvings and decoration. And as you step onto the narrow boat, it begins to move so gently and softly along the water, bringing a deeper sense of peace as that water laps against the underside of the boat, almost lulling you into relaxation. And you rest on this narrow boat, trusting and going with the flow. You gaze over the side and you can see the wake of the water, the bobbing of water lilies, dragonflies hovering and dancing above the water. The sweet scent of the countryside around you. You head down into the narrow boat, and it seems to have no people here. It seems to be just driving itself. And so you accept its piloting all by itself, that seems to know where it's going, and heading down into the boat. You notice an unusual painting hanging on the wall that seems almost alive. And as you study the painting, you recognize it as being a map of your journey. And while the narrow boat continues gliding along the canal, you realize the painting is subtly shifting, revealing new details, almost as if it's guiding you towards your next destination and filling in the blanks of where you've been and where you're going. And as you continue to follow this canal, passing fields, different countryside, you just go with the flow and enjoy the journey, feeling a deep sense of connection to the land, to its stories, curious about that painting, but wanting to sit up on the top of the narrow boat, not have everything revealed to you by the painting. The painting seemed to have been speaking of lost cities hidden in the forest, the castle in the distance, and the boat glides so smoothly in a very unhurried kind of way as you find yourself drifting deeper and deeper into a reverie, into an almost dreamlike state. Finding yourself journeying within yourself, following your own path of discovery and reflection. Aware of being surrounded by such beauty and peace, the stillness of the water, the timelessness of it, and eventually the narrowboat gently glides gracefully to a halt at a small dock near the castle from the painting. You gaze up at the majestic structure. Its stone walls covered in ivy and moss, the turrets reaching towards the sky. And as you approach the grand entrance, the heavy wooden doors creak open, inviting you inside. You can smell the scent of old parchment. And as you enter the castle, the furniture seems to come to life, each piece seeming to sing with its own unique sound. The grand piano in the corner begins to play a gentle, soothing tune. The chandeliers glisten and twinkle. The light sparkling around the room, with the evening light shining in through the stained glass windows. And you head into a dining hall, seeing the table set with the most fine, beautiful china, crystal goblets, all singing their cheerful tunes. In the library there are shelves of books, seeming to murmur among themselves. Everything in this castle seems to be woven together in a thread of harmony, sharing their memories of this castle. As you feel yourself drawn deeper and deeper into the story, into the rich history and the connections of these different items. And in a small room, you find an intricately carved old rocking chair that's creaking and rocking softly, slowly, gently back and forth. You sit in the chair feeling that gentle movement, soothing you, and the sounds around you seem to almost change to be like the hum of a lullaby, the melody seeming to stretch into the deepest parts of your being, relaxing you deeper and deeper, your eyes willing themselves to close, a deep desire to fall asleep, feeling yourself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of peace and relaxation. And as your eyes close, you have a feeling like you're continuing to explore the castle, discovering a hidden passageway. And with the chalice, you explore that passageway, unaware at this moment in time you're actually drifting and floating deeper and deeper asleep into the most healing, restorative, recuperative state. And that this is part of that process of drifting deeper and deeper inside, and you descend under the castle, following this hidden passageway until eventually you find a cave. And this cave is illuminated by lanterns, casting the warmest, most inviting glow. And in the middle of this cave is a small stage and a showman seeming to entertain a small audience of elves and woodland creatures with stories and magic tricks, captivating the audience with their every word as you also feel yourself drawn towards them. The elves watching intently, their eyes sparkling with delight. Woodland creatures, like rabbits, foxes, mice, paying deep attention as that showman continues their performance. And you walk over and seat yourself among the audience, enraptured by the showman's performance, discovering that their words seem to paint such a vivid picture in your mind of distant lands and forgotten times. The showman seems to acknowledge the chalice you carry. They tell you it's a powerful artifact, one that holds the key to unlocking the secrets of the lost city. As if by magic, they pull a scroll out of their pocket, and the scroll seems to contain a riddle. To find the entrance to the lost city, you must solve this riddle. It'll guide you to a place where the city's secrets are hidden. In the place where moonlight meets the morning dew, where reflections of the past come into view, seek the ancient tree with roots so deep, and there the secrets of the city keep. The showman smiles and hands you the scroll. He tells you you're going to need to solve that riddle to find the answer. And you leave the cave as he carries on his performance. You head back to the castle and find yourself waking in that chair, and with the riddle rattling around in your mind. You leave the castle. You follow a path illuminated by the glow of the chalice, and find yourself approaching a quiet beach house perched on a serene peninsula. And as dawn breaks over the horizon, you admire the pink and gold sky, and this beach house gives you a sense of a tranquil sanctuary, a sense of deep safety and peace. The sound of the water lapping on the shore of the beach, the feeling of walking through the sand, heading over to the beach house, ascending some steps, knocking on the door. and with no answer, opening the door and saying hello, before walking inside to explore. And you can see there's a comfortable chair facing towards the water. And so you rest in that chair. You watch as the sun continues to rise, tickling the surface of the sea with a dancing light. The soothing rhythm of the waves against the shore, almost like breathing in and out, in and out, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. And you let your mind wander, pondering that riddle, the words of the riddle echoing through your mind, bathed in the peaceful sounds of your environment. And as your eyes close, your thoughts drift by like the waves. And when you next open your eyes, you see the calm water seeming to shimmer with life, the sunlight dancing on the surface, and the tranquility helps you connect deeper with your inner wisdom. And you feel this location so quiet and peaceful, and almost in a flash, the answer to the riddle becomes clear to you. You stand up, leave the location, and head towards a nearby thicket, a dense grove of trees that seems to hold its own secrets. And as you walk into this dense foliage, the air here filled with the scent of soil and moss, and the gentle songs of birds. You find buried deep here, and encased within the thicket, a gnarled and ancient tree. And as you approach that tree, you hear a soft sound and notice a small kitten appearing from behind the trunk. Its fur seems so soft, its eyes so bright with curiosity, the gentle meows, comfortable greeting, the way it circles around your legs, before trotting ahead as if to lead you to the base of the tree. And you follow that kitten into the base of the tree, and find this space illuminated by gentle, warm light that seems to emanate from the tree itself. And the air in here is so cool and yet fragrant. And the kitten leads you further and deeper into this tree. And after some time of walking, you discover the strangest thing, a world of harmony, of elves and magical creatures. And those elves have such delicate features and such wisdom in their eyes. and the kitten continues to guide you to a wise old elf sat on a stone. And you look into this elf's eyes and perceive the knowledge. He gestures for you to sit behind him, and he tells you the chalice you hold is a vessel of great significance. It connects all beings through its light. He speaks about universal connection, binding all living things in a web of life and energy that flows through that chalice. He tells you the chalice is a symbol of serenity and wisdom, and you begin to feel a deep connection to this chalice, being better able to understand the experience you've been having since finding it, a sense of unity and harmony, a connection to all things, and this journey taking you to this moment. And with your realizations, you feel a deeper sense of serenity. And this wise elf stands up and continues guiding you as you walk with the kitten. And they take you through the dense area of trees, to reveal a lost city hidden here. A place of deep wonder, ancient secrets, and you take in this lost city. Your understanding of the connection of all things. And as you explore, you feel a profound sense of understanding, serenity, peace, harmony, and a deeper connection to the land. You explore the vast library within this lost city, and just from touching bound volumes and scrolls, you seem to absorb the knowledge, the wisdom, deep understanding of the past, the present, and the future. And after some time, you feel it's time to leave. So you head back to that beach. You find your way back through the landscape. You find your way all the way back, placing the chalice back where you found it, before heading home. As the sun sets for another day, curious whether anyone else will discover the chalice in the future and make the same learnings as you did, uncovering ancient knowledge, and with various thoughts in your mind helping you relax, feel at peace, feel a connection with all things. With pleasant thoughts in mind, you drift and float deeply asleep into slumberland. And this is a story about Andy. And Andy is in an ancient rainforest. And as he steps carefully through the lush undergrowth. The air is thick with the heady scent of sage bushes, their aromatic fragrance mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil. Vibrant greens surround him, leaves glistening with dew, while colourful mushrooms dot the forest floor like tiny, enchanted umbrellas. The faint forest is alive with sound, birds calling from the canopy, insects buzzing softly, and the distant murmur of a flowing river, creating a serene symphony that soothes his spirit. As Andy's heart races with a mix of excitement and curiosity, he continues to explore. He's an archaeologist, a seeker of hidden truths and forgotten histories, and today he feels the pull of something extraordinary. The rainforest with its ancient trees feels like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered. Each step he takes on the soft, mossy ground guides him deeper and deeper into a world where time seems to stand still. As he pushes aside a curtain of hanging vines, his eyes catch sight of a hidden path, overgrown with chestnut trees and tangled vines. The path is barely visible, almost as if it has been deliberately concealed by the forest itself. His pulse quickens as he moves closer. The sense of discovery is electrifying. The path leads him through dense underbrush, every step quiet and deliberate, until he finds himself standing before an old house. The house is a relic of the past, barely visible through the thick foliage. Moss and ivy cover its weathered walls, blending it almost seamlessly with the forest. It's as if the house has been swallowed by nature, hidden away and forgotten for centuries. Andy feels a thrill run through him. The anticipation of uncovering something long lost. He approaches the house with a mix of reverence and excitement, sensing that it holds secrets from the past. The old house, though dilapidated, exudes a charm that captivates Andy. He pushes open the creaking wooden door and steps inside, the floorboards groaning softly under his weight. The air inside is cool and smells of old wood and essential oils, a combination that evokes memories of forgotten times. Dust dances in the beams of light filtering through the cracked windows, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. His eyes roam over the room, taking in different details. Cobwebs drape the corners like delicate lace, and the faded wallpaper peels away in places, revealing the bare wood beneath. The house feels like a time capsule, a place where history has been preserved in the walls. He moves further inside, his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. In one corner of the room, he discovers a cupboard. It's an old wooden cupboard, its doors slightly ajar. With curiosity, he opens it and finds an array of ancient artifacts inside. He finds a magic broom, a Newton's cradle, and a tiny house. The magic broom seems to hum with energy, a faint vibration that he can feel through his fingertips. The Newton's cradle, as if sensing his presence, begins to move on its own, the metal balls clinking together in a soft, rhythmic dance. He watches, fascinated and slightly unnerved by the animated objects. The room feels charged with an otherworldly energy, as if he stepped into a different world. Each artifact seems to hold a story, a piece of a larger puzzle that he's now a part of. He feels a profound connection to the past, a sense of being both a part of history and a witness to magic. As he stands there, surrounded by the relics of a bygone era, his mind races with questions. Who lived in this house? What stories do these artifacts hold? And what secrets of the ancient rainforest are waiting to be uncovered? The answers, he senses, lie deeper within this enchanting place, and he feels a surge of determination to uncover them. And in this dimly lit room, he decides to delve deeper. His fingers run over the wooden surfaces, tracing intricate carvings. As he explores, he discovers a drawer cleverly concealed within the cupboard structure. It softly slides open, revealing a secret book. The book is leather covered and embossed with intricate patterns that seem to dance in the flickering light. The pages are yellowed and fragile, the edges crumbling with age. The scent of ancient paper and time-worn leather fills the air, mingling with the lingering aroma of essential oils. He gently lifts the book, feeling the weight of history in his hands, and carries it to a nearby table, where a shaft of light illuminates the dusty surface. As he opens the book, his eyes widen in awe. The pages are filled with mysterious codes and symbols, each one meticulously drawn with an artistry that speaks of a time when knowledge was a sacred craft. The symbols seem to pulse with a life of their own, as if they're waiting for someone worthy to unlock their secrets. He feels a thrill of excitement and a surge of determination. He knows he's going to set out to decipher the code. Hours pass in quiet concentration. he becomes so deeply absorbed in the ancient text. The house around him seems to begin to fade. He works at cross-referencing the symbols with notes scribbled in the margins. The patterns and sequences beginning to make sense, revealing fragments of a story. It's a legend, an ancient tale of a crown and a wedding ring that, when brought together, possess great power. The book shares about a hidden lagoon, a place shrouded in mystery and magic, where these items can be found. He can almost hear the echo of ancient voices, willing him on, guiding him towards finding those items. He gathers up his belongings, places the book carefully into his satchel, and prepares to venture deeper into the rainforest. As he walks, the rainforest is a symphony of life. The vibrant greens of leaves, the colourful splashes of blooming flowers, creating tapestry of nature's brilliance. Birds calling from the treetops, their songs blending with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a hidden stream. Andy's senses are heightened, each sound and scent drawing him deeper into the heart of the forest. Following the clues, Andy navigates through the maze of trees and vines. He finds that the path isn't always clear, but the symbols and the diagrams guide him. The air is thick with the scent of sage bushes, their aroma both calming and invigorating. The canopy above blocking sunlight, casting a greenish glow over his path, the occasional shard of light managing to creep down from the canopy above. After many hours, Andy discovers something that takes his breath away. Hidden among the trees is a magical painting of a bridge, and the painting glows softly, the colours vibrant and alive. The bridge seems to span a serene lagoon, its waters shimmering under a moonlit sky. He feels drawn towards the painting, as if somehow it holds the key to continuing his journey. He reaches out, touches the painting, and in an instant the world shifts. The forest around him blurs and fades, replaced by the cool, soothing presence of the lagoon. He finds himself standing on the bridge depicted within the painting. Clouds of mist float gently over the water, and the serene sound of the water laps against the shore, the scent filling the air. The lagoon is a place of ethereal beauty. The air is cool and fragrant, with a scent of blooming night flowers, their delicate petals glowing softly in the moonlight. The sky above is a tapestry of stars, each one twinkling like a tiny beacon of light in the vast darkness. Andy feels a deep sense of peace and reverie as his mind drifts into a state of relaxed wonder. He steps off of the bridge and onto the shore, his footsteps silent on the soft, moss-covered ground. The scene before him feeling like a dream, a tranquil oasis hidden from the world, where time seems to stand still. He takes a deep breath, the cool, fragrant air filling his lungs, calming his spirit. He knows he's entered a place of magic and mystery, a place where the secrets of the past are waiting to be uncovered. As he explores the lagoon, his mind is filled with thoughts of the ancient legend, the crown and the wedding ring, hidden somewhere in this enchanted place, holding the promise of great power and knowledge. The prospect of finding these treasures fills him with a sense of purpose. As he searches every corner of the lagoon, the mist swirls around him as he moves, each step taking him deeper and deeper into the heart of the mystery. The water is clear and still, reflecting the night sky and the surrounding trees like a perfect mirror. He feels a deep sense of connection to this place, as if a part of him was always meant to be a part of this area. The tranquility of the lagoon seeps gently into his soul, making him feel at peace and at home. As he continues his search, his mind drifts back to the book, to the symbols, the ancient knowledge contained within its pages, guiding him towards his goal. Feeling a deep reverence for the wisdom of the past, the secrets that have been preserved through the ages and are now revealing themselves to him. In the distance, he spots a faint glow emanating from a cluster of rocks near the water's edge. His heart quickens as he approaches, the glow growing brighter with each step. And nestled among the rocks he finds a small, intricately carved chestnut box. The box pulses with an inner light, its surface warm to the touch. He opens it carefully, his breath catching in his throat as he gazes upon the treasures inside. There, nestled within the chestnut box, are the crown and the wedding ring, both glowing with an ethereal light. The crown is adorned with intricate designs, each detail meticulously crafted, and the wedding ring is a simple yet elegant band, its surface smooth and polished. He feels a profound sense of enlightenment, a sense of understanding the deeper meaning of his experience. The old lady from the lagoon reappears, and she has such a calming and reassuring presence. She explains that the crown and the wedding ring are symbols of unity and balance. They're meant to be used for the greater good. He returns to that bridge and finds on the bridge that the world shifts once again. as he exits the painting and finds himself back in that rainforest. And the mist continues to cling to the surface of this area like a silken veil. The air is cool and fragrant, the stars above twinkling so softly, creating the most beautiful tapestry of light overhead. And from the mist, a figure seems to begin to emerge, a small lady with silver hair. She seems to exude an aura of ancient wisdom, her eyes deep and sparkling. "Welcome," she says, her voice soft yet firm. "I'm the guardian of this area, and you're here to learn about the crown and the wedding ring." She shares some words of wisdom before handing him a sack made of finely woven cloth. "Trust in yourself, and you'll find your way." And with that, the woman disappears, and Andy continues to follow a path deeper through the forest. And this forest is thick with towering trees, the branches arching overhead. And in the distance he can hear a rhythmic beat of a drum, creating a mystical ambience. You can hear the nocturnal creatures singing and dancing around in the night time. You can feel the ethereal nature of this place, a place that seems to be awash with magic. And suddenly the path opens up into a small clearing, bathed in silvery moonlight. In the centre of this path is a tall ancient tree with a wide trunk and expansive branches stretching high into the sky. And Andy approaches the tree, admires the tree, runs his fingers around the bark of the tree, and can feel the natural magic of the tree, the magic of nature. And as he leaves the tree, he sees jellyfish floating in the sky. And these jellyfish float so gracefully, so peacefully, their presence bringing a deep sense of love and wisdom. He reaches out towards one of the jellyfish as they slowly undulate in the sky, their tentacles reaching back in his direction, his fingers making contact with the tentacles of the jellyfish as the jellyfish begins to glow so beautifully, so calmly, and he feels a connection and gets a psychic flash of wisdom and insight and understanding from the contact. And with this wisdom, the jellyfish disconnect and begin to rise up higher into the sky. As he continues his journey along the path, the sound of the drums growing louder and louder, beating and resonating like the pulse of the forest itself. And he finds himself in a secluded grove in the heart of this forest, where he encounters a wise nun with robes flowing like water around her. Her eyes are closed and she seems to be in deep meditation, and the air around her seems to be thick with the scent of incense and a mystical atmosphere. As he nears, she opens her eyes with the most beautiful friendly smile. "Welcome," she says, her voice a soothing melody. "You've done well to come this far, to learn all you've been learning. Your heart and spirit are strong." He feels a deep sense of calm and reverence. She continues, "Seek not with your eyes but with your heart. True treasures are found within. Trust the path you're on and let your spirit guide you." And he feels a deep understanding wash over him. He feels as if his path becomes clearer. He feels a connection with the wisdom betrayed, and a desire to connect deeper with nature. And he continues on his journey, passing into dense forest before exiting into clearings, and then passing into more dense forest, and then more clearings. And the clearings are bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. And while in the clearings, he can notice the way that the moonlit grass waves so delicately in the breeze. And he continues his journey, learning that the journey is more important than the destination. And he finds himself in a small, secluded glade. He has the wedding ring and the crown. He feels a deep sense of accomplishment for the journey he's been on, and a sense of enlightenment. He's aware that the power of these items isn't from their physical form, but in the unity and balance that they represent. He feels a deep sense of gratitude and determination to carry what he's learned through to the rest of his life, to helping others. He holds on to the ancient wisdom, the knowledge that he's gained, unsure how his life will be transformed in the future. And after enjoying his journey, making his discoveries, he travels back to that old cottage. And in the old cottage, he goes back to that cupboard. Only this time, while he's in this cottage, his eyes are drawn to a painting on the wall. He notices it's the painting he saw in the forest, the one depicting that bridge. But that painting is now transformed. The water around the bridge looks calmer. The mists have cleared. The colours are soft and serene. It looks more like another world. He feels that the change to that bridge, to that painting, is supposed to convey some learning and understanding. As he leaves this cottage and makes his journey home, he arrives home, sits in his study, explores the artifacts from his journey. He reflects on the adventure, the wisdom he'd gained. He writes up his experiences in his journal. He draws some sketches. And then as the night settles down, so he knows it's time for him to settle down. He sets off to bed and thinking about future expeditions. He drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into slumberland. And in a quaint village, nestled on the edge of a mystical forest, life flows as smoothly as the gentle stream that winds through its heart. The village, a haven of tranquility, is a place where everyone knows each other, and the air is perpetually scented with the fragrance of blooming flowers, the inviting aroma of freshly baked bread from local bakeries. And here time seems slow, allowing each moment to be savoured like the most sweet melody. And Annie is a kind-hearted woman with an adventurous spirit. She's a beloved figure in this serene community, known for her warm smile that can brighten even the dullest of days, and her eyes that twinkle with curiosity and joy. She embodies the spirit of the village, and her cottage is a charming home, adorned with colourful mosaics depicting stories of old, designed to show her creativity and her zest for life. The wind chimes in her porch sing softly in the twilight, creating the most soothing melody, mingling with the evening breeze. One day, as the sun begins its descent, casting the most comforting golden hue over the village, like a warm, embracing blanket, Annie strolls through the bustling market. The sunlight bathing the scene in the most magical light, almost making the mundane seem extraordinary. She greets everyone she knows in the most friendly of ways, her heart so light and open, bringing joy to everyone she encounters. And in this golden hour, she gently meanders through the market stalls, gazing at the different wares, and then notices a red ribbon fluttering gently in the evening breeze, its vibrant hue standing out against the tones of twilight. And the ribbon seems almost alive, and Annie allows her eyes to follow the undulating movement as the ribbon seems to beckon her. It seems to be directing her gaze towards the edge of the forest, and with a sense of wonder and a heart full of curiosity, Annie follows the ribbon. It begins to weave through the trees, guiding her deeper and deeper into the forest. The light filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, the air growing cooler, filled with the scent of moss and fallen leaves. The forest feeling alive with the secrets of a time long past. As she continues to venture deeper and deeper into the forest, as the world around her seems to change, the sounds of the village becoming more distant, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the forest feeling like a realm apart from reality, a place where magic seems to linger in every shadow. And the ribbon leads her to an ancient temple, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of ivy and moss. And the temple is long forgotten by the world, standing silently, guarding untold secrets. Its stone walls, weathered but sturdy, and carvings on the inside of those walls, telling ancient stories. And inside the temple, The air is cool and still, carrying the faint scent of age and mystery. The light from the setting sun creeping its way through the occasional cracks in the walls. Nanny's eyes are drawn to a mosaic, its colours still vibrant despite its age. The mosaic depicts a scene of a shimmering portal, a path of light leading to a world beyond this one. And with a sense of reverence, Annie reaches out and gently touches the mosaic, and the moment her fingers make contact, the mosaic begins to glow. Its colours become more vivid. The light spreads. The temple begins to fill with a soft, otherworldly radiance. And that mosaic transforms into a portal, shimmering like a prism, revealing a path, encouraging her to step through. And with a deep sense of wonder and adventure, she steps through the portal, feeling warmth and comfort. The world around her beginning to shift and change. The boundary between reality and dream becoming blurred. Feeling herself relax deeper and deeper as she finds herself transported to a new realm. A realm of magic and mystery and boundless possibilities, and she feels a deep sense of peace and excitement, and a curiosity for the adventures that lay before her. As the temple behind her fades from view, and she finds herself wrapped in vibrant colours and enchanting melodies of a new world. A world where the air is perfumed with the delicate scent of jasmine, a gentle murmur of a stream, harmonizing with the soft tinkling of distant chimes. A symphony lulling her deeper and deeper relaxed. The sky seemingly a perpetual twilight, a canvas of indigo, kissed by the glow of countless stars that twinkle softly. And as she gazes around her surroundings, she feels a deep and profound sense of peace wash over her, as if the very air she breathes is imbued with serenity. Each step that she takes seems to feel lighter and lighter, as if the weight of the world has been lifted from her shoulders, leaving her free to explore this enchanted realm. And she wanders along a path lined with flowers, humming gentle melodies. And she encounters Ivy and Iris, a pair of twins, who almost seem to have stepped out of a fairy tale. They seem to possess an otherworldly aura. Their movements are so graceful, their eyes sparkling, their voices harmonious. Each word that they speak is carried like the most beautiful and calming melody. "Welcome," Ivy says, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you," Iris adds, her tone equally melodic. "Where am I?" Annie asks, her voice barely a whisper. "You're in the land of dreams," Ivy replies, "a place where magic and reality intertwine. We're your guides on this journey," Iris continues, "and we've much to show you." And their voices seem to harmonize like a gentle song, calming Annie deeply, profoundly. She has a sense that this place holds magic and discovery. She follows the twins down a long, flower-lined path, and the twins speak about a hidden treasure that lies on an invisible island, a treasure that has the power to fulfill the deeper desires of the heart. But to reach this island, Annie must seek the aid of a green fairy and find a flaming sword that guards the treasure. Ivy explains the treasure's not gold or jewels, it's something far more precious. It's something that'll help you to achieve your heart's deepest wish. And Annie begins to embark on this quest. The twins guide her to a gentle stream where she finds a rowboat. They hand her a letter, a parchment soft and worn with age, and instruct her to follow the stream. They tell her to trust herself and to trust the magic that surrounds her. And she begins her journey rowing down the stream, the sound of the oars pushing through the water. The boat gliding so effortlessly, the twilight sky reflecting in the surface of the stream. The sound of the oars so rhythmic, lulling her deeper, relaxed with each stroke. And she can feel herself becoming more absorbed in the journey. She can feel her mind and body sinking deeper into a peaceful reverie. She feels that every breath she takes seems to be filled with tranquility and a calm knowing that the journey holds the promise of discovery. and she continues to gently row down this serene stream. The twilight reflecting like a shimmering mirage. The ripples of the water pushed aside by the oars, distorting the mirrored stars. The sound of the water lapping against the boat, so soothing, like a lullaby sung by nature. Feeling the last of any tension leaving her body as she sinks deeper and deeper into the most profound and peaceful state of mind. The air so cool and fragrant, that gentle scent of jasmine still hanging around, mixed with the scent of damp moss and wood. The trees that line the stream, gently swaying in the breeze. And as she continues to row, she notices an ornate bottle floating and bobbing down the stream. Its glass a deep iridescent blue, glinting and glistening softly in the twilight light. Intrigued, she reaches and carefully grabs the bottle from the water. She pops the cork, and a plume of shimmering smoke spirals out, before coalescing to form a friendly genie. "Greetings, kind traveller," the genie says. "You freed me from my watery prison, and in gratitude I'll offer you a single wish." Annie thinks for a moment. "I wish for guidance to the green fairy." The genie nods. A serene smile touches his lips. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dissolves into shimmering light and floats ahead of Annie, illuminating the path forward. The light leads her deeper and deeper down the stream. She continues to row, following that light. The trees around the stream growing denser and denser, their branches arching overhead, forming a natural canopy. Rustling as she rows, until eventually she notices a small dock on the edge of the stream. She moors up the boat and follows the light into the dense forest, where eventually she encounters the green fairy, a delicate figure with wings shimmering. Her presence is calming, her voice soft and melodic. The fairy leads Annie through that dense forest. The ground beneath them soft and spongy, almost muffling their footsteps, adding to the dreamlike quality of this place. She finds herself becoming more absorbed in the environment, more attuned to every sight, sound and scent. Eventually they reach a murky swamp, its waters dark and still. Strange, mythic animals move silently through the shadows, their eyes glinting and glistening in the dim light. The air filled with mysterious sounds, the croak of a frog, the rustle of unseen creatures. And despite the slightly eerie atmosphere, Annie feels a deep sense of peace and calm and trust with this green fairy. They navigate the swamp slowly and carefully, guided by the fairy's light, illuminating a safe path, revealing any hidden dangers. Each step bringing them deeper and deeper into the heart of the experience and a growing connection to the magic of this world. Until eventually, beyond the swamp, they arrive at an ancient gnarled oak tree, its roots twisting and curling like fingers of an old guardian. Hidden beneath its sprawling roots is the entrance to a tunnel. Annie heads down into the tunnel. The air is cooler and calming. The fairy illuminates the tunnel, revealing strange ancient carvings, symbols and figures from a time long forgotten. The carvings seem to tell stories of ancient quests, forgotten heroes. As they travel deeper and deeper into the earth, and each step feels like a journey into the past, a descent into the heart of the world. And Annie feels a sense of calm and purpose. With each step, she feels the adventure building within her. Her senses becoming more attuned to the magic around her. The sounds of her footsteps echoing softly and steady, and eventually they arrive at the end of this tunnel. And as they arrive at the end of the tunnel and exit the tunnel, she can smell the faint scent of blossoms, the soft rhythmic hum of nature's lullaby. And before her, unseen, is the invisible island, a place where reality and dreams blend seamlessly in a landscape of surreal beauty. And as she walks, the carpet of soft grass yields beneath her feet like the finest pillows, almost like walking on clouds. The flowers around her are vibrant, in seemingly impossible colours, their petals seeming to hum gently, with harmonious tunes, singing with the soft rustling of the leaves. And the sky above continues to display its tapestry of twilight hues, the stars twinkling softly. And in the centre of the island is a table. Its surface intricately carved with ancient symbols and delicate patterns. And Annie approaches that invisible island, walking through the shallow water to the island, and then finding herself walking up onto the invisible land. And after a short walk, the island beneath her feet becomes visible, almost as if it was shrouded in a cloak of invisibility. And she can see that table. She can see the ornate treasure chest resting on the table. And before the chest is a flaming sword, its blade suspended in the air. Surrounded by a halo of warm, dancing flames. The fire on the sword, casting a soft flickering glow, with an atmosphere that's both awe-inspiring and tranquil. And she takes a deep breath. She unrolls the letter given to her by the twins. And she recognizes that this letter contains a puzzle. And so she begins to decipher this puzzle. Each symbol in the letter, each word, revealing part of an incantation she needs to speak to be able to pass the flaming sword. She finds as she gazes at this letter, her mind drifts into a meditative state. Her thoughts flow like a gentle stream. She feels a profound sense of clarity and understanding. And once she solved the puzzle on the letter, she speaks the incantation out loud, her voice steady, each word filled with the power of her heart. The air shimmers, the flames of the sword flicker, the incantation flows from her lips like a gentle breeze. And as she finishes uttering the incantation, the flames around the sword begin to wane. The glow begins to fade, and the sword gently lowers to the ground, its protective barrier dissolved, and she walks over to the table. She opens the treasure chest, and inside she finds a mosaic heart, glowing warmly with an inner light, pulsing gently, its light spreading a feeling of peace and happiness. She feels a deep connection, and she knows that it holds the power to cultivate peace and happiness wherever she goes. And she can feel a profound sense of peace and love while holding that heart, aware of the joy and serenity this can bring. The twilight sky continues to cast a soft glow, while Annie feels a deep sense of completion and harmony, and curiosity for the future. And she begins to make her journey back home, back to the village. She takes in this island, its beauty. She heads back through the water, back into that tunnel, finds her way all the way back to that portal, and she passes through the portal, finding herself back in the forest, walking through the forest towards the village, the sun still setting, the golden glow still hanging over the land. The village seeming vibrant and alive, more so than when she left, feeling that mosaic heart projects love and kindness from within her, touching all those around her, and eventually arriving back in her cottage, placing the mosaic heart in a special location within her home, its gentle glow illuminating the room, casting a warm, calming light as she feels a deep wave of relaxation and an even deeper state of restful peace wash over her. She enjoys a relaxing bubble bath, enveloped in the water, soothing her muscles, easing away the last of any tension. The gentle scent of lavender filling the air, the soft glow of the light from the mosaic heart, an atmosphere of perfect tranquility as she reflects on her journey, on those she met, on where she found this heart, and the changes this heart will bring to the land. before leaving the bath, relaxing in bed, hearing the gentle chimes outside her window, playing the most soothing lullaby, blending with the sounds of the evening, the rustle of a nearby tree, her eyes wanting to close, wanting to drift deeper and deeper into relaxation and sleep, becoming more absorbed in the peacefulness of the moment, dreaming about how she'll spread joy and serenity with the help of that mosaic heart. As she drifts and floats, so soundly asleep into slumberland. And twilight weaves a tapestry of hues across the sky as Sarah strolls through her rose garden. Each breath she takes is filled with the heady fragrance of blooming roses, their petals whispering secrets of nature's beauty. The air is cool and crisp, carrying with it the promise of evening. A gentle mist begins to settle, wrapping the garden in a soft, mystical shroud that seems to blur the edges of reality. The colours of the sky fade from the warm glow of the setting sun to the deepening blues of approaching night, blending seamlessly into the horizon. A dragonfly, its wings iridescent, like a shard of rainbow, darts past Sarah. It flits and hovers, a tiny beacon of wonder in the gathering dusk, and she feels a spark of curiosity, a pull she can't resist, as if the dragonfly holds the key to an unspoken adventure. Her steps are light, almost dreamlike, as she follows the delicate creature deeper and deeper into the garden. The way the dragonfly moves with grace and unpredictability, capturing her imagination, making her feel as though she's part of a fairy tale. And the sound of a little bell, soft and distant, gently reaches her ears. It's a calming, melodic tinkle that dances through the air, leading her on like a curious invitation. Her heart quickens with anticipation. Her senses heighten with each step. The mist thickens, creating a veil of enchantment that makes everything seem possible. The bell's sound is almost hypnotic, wrapping her in a cocoon of tranquility, and guiding her thoughts towards the deeper mysteries of the night. And the dragonfly leads Sarah beyond the familiar boundaries of her garden into an enchanted forest where towering trees stretch their ancient limbs towards the sky. Their leaves shimmer with an otherworldly glow, and the ground beneath her feet is carpeted with sparkling acorns that crunch softly as she walks. Each acorn seems to almost hold a flicker of starlight, adding to the magical ambience of the forest. And the forest is alive with the sounds of nature. Gentle rustlings, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. A playful kitten with bright, curious eyes and a silky coat appears as if conjured by Sarah's thoughts. It meows softly, a sweet, inviting sound that makes her smile. The kitten trots ahead, its tiny paws barely making a sound on the leaf-strewn path. As Sarah follows, feeling an unspoken connection to this little guide. The kitten's movements are fluid and graceful, and its presence fills her with a sense of joy and wonder, as though it knows the secrets of the forest and is eager to share them. As she walks, her gaze falls upon a pebble nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree. Glowing faintly, a soft, ethereal light, pulsing gently. She bends down carefully, picks that pebble up, sensing an importance without knowing why. The pebble's warmth seeps gently into her palm, filling her with a comforting sense of belonging. She tucks it into her pocket, feeling its reassuring presence against her side. The texture of the pebble is smooth and soothing, grounding her in the present moment. As the forest grows denser and the trees form a canopy that filters the twilight into a dance of shadows and light, the path twists and turns, leading Sarah deeper and deeper into the heart of the enchanted woods. And each step that she takes is a journey into the unknown, yet she feels so curious and comfortable. She feels a profound sense of peace, as if she's meant to be here exploring these magical realms. And the deeper she goes, the more she feels a connection to the forest, as though it's welcoming her into its ancient embrace. and the little bell rings again, its sound blending harmoniously with the rustle of leaves and the gentle sounds of the forest. Sarah's heart fills with wonder and serenity as she continues venturing further into this world of dreams and possibilities. And eventually, she steps out of the dense forest, finding herself in a clearing, heading over towards a majestic waterfall that's cascading so serenely into a crystal clear pool. And the waterfall is steady and rhythmic, creating a soothing sound enveloping her senses. The mist from the waterfall hanging in the air like a delicate veil, sparkling tiny rainbows in the fading light. The sight is both awe-inspiring and calming, a natural wonder, speaking directly to the depths of her soul. As she stands on the edge of the pool, mesmerized by the water's constant, gentle flow, the surface of the pool reflecting the twilight sky, almost like a mirror reflecting the night and its endless depth. Enjoying the coolness and the refreshing scent of the water and the night air, Sarah breathes deeply and feels a deep sense of relaxation wash over her, as if the worries of the world are being washed away, with the water like a soothing lullaby, calming her mind and body, before noticing a soft, glowing light appearing beside the waterfall. And out of this light seems to form a hologram of a wise old woman. And the woman's face is so kind and serene, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom, her voice deeply gentle and comforting. And the hologram's presence is ethereal and reassuring. "Welcome, Sarah," the hologram says. "You've embarked on a quest to expand your consciousness and discover your inner strength. This journey will take you through challenges and revelations. It will guide you to a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you." Sarah listens, her heart beating gently. The hologram continues. "Behind this waterfall lies a hidden cave, and within this cave you'll find the key to your journey." And with these words, the hologram fades away. As Sarah walks towards that waterfall, and as she walks towards the waterfall, so that waterfall parts gently, revealing a narrow passage, and she steps through the curtain of water and enters the hidden cave. And the cave is filled with shimmering stalactites and stalagmites, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the light in a rainbow of colours. The air is cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of stone and moss, and the cave feels like a sacred space, untouched by time, a place where the mysteries of the earth could be revealed. As she ventures deeper and deeper into the cave, her footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, and she finds a secluded spot, an alcove adorned with glowing crystals, bathing the space in a soft, otherworldly light. She relaxes down, closes her eyes, and lets the tranquility of the cave begin to envelop her. She begins to meditate, breathing slowly and steady. And with each exhale, you can feel herself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of profound relaxation. And the boundaries of her physical body start to blur. She can feel herself drifting, dreaming, her consciousness expanding beyond the confines of the cave. Sensations of the cave begin to fade, replaced by a sense of weightlessness and freedom. And she begins to astral travel. She feels weightless, her spirit floating free from her body. Opening her eyes, she finds herself in a dreamlike landscape, filled with floating islands and ethereal lights that dance like will-o'-the-wisps in the twilight air. The sky above her is a swirl of colours, dancing from one hue to the next, creating a serene and magical panorama. The air is filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft hum of distant music. And a luminous moth, its wings shimmering with a soft golden light, appears before her, gently fluttering, so calming, so peaceful. And Sarah feels an instant connection to this delicate creature as the moth begins to move, and Sarah begins to follow, finding herself drawn into the deeper mysteries of this dreamscape. And the moth's light creates a pathway through the dreamscape, guiding her towards new revelations, with the landscape around her shifting and changing, each scene more enchanting than the last. As she passes through fields of softly glowing flowers, their petals sharing ancient secrets as she walks by. She crosses a bridge made of fine, woven threads, suspended over rivers of liquid light, exploring deeper and deeper into the heart of this mystical realm, where the boundaries between reality and dream seem to blur into a seamless tapestry of wonder. And the sights, the sounds, and the scents of this realm fill her with awe and a deep sense of peace. And she feels that deep sense of peace and belonging, as if she's discovering a hidden part of herself. And the luminous moth leads her to a grand ancient tree at the centre of a floating island, and the tree's branches stretch towards the sky, dripping with leaves that sparkle like stars. And Sarah reaches out to touch the tree, feeling a surge of warmth and wisdom flow through her. And the tree's presence is grounding and uplifting, connecting her to the earth and the cosmos. And she begins to explore the idea of interconnectedness. She feels a profound sense of unity with the world around her, a harmony transcending the physical, touching the very essence of being. She feels a sense of purpose and knowing, and a newfound understanding. She finds her awareness gently returning to the cave, almost like pulses and waves of awareness, before drifting deeper and deeper and discovering herself journeying on an astral plane towards some jagged mountains. And the sky is a swirling canvas of greys and blacks. Thunder is softly rumbling like a distant ancient drum. Lightning is dancing in the sky against the dark black backdrop of the clouds. She has a sense of the rain beginning to fall and touch her clothes. The drops run down her face, and is aware of her physicality as this astral being. She can sense the scent of the rain and the earth. The smell of the storm. She can see a winding path down the mountain, and she can see a weathered sledge near that path. She feels compelled to take that sledge, sit in the sledge and push off from the sides, following the path in the sledge down the side of the mountain. The storm continuing on. The sound of the sledge and snow. The distant sound of thunder. Feeling the excitement of sledging down a mountainside. The rain in her face. Breathing so calm and so steady. And at the base of the mountain stands a majestic dragon as she comes to a halt. Its scales shimmering with deep blues, silvers and purples. Its eyes ancient, friendly and wise. She automatically feels a profound connection to this dragon. Finding this dragon's presence powerful and calming, and projecting that power and calmness within her as inner strength. And the dragon silently begins to guide her, guiding her through the storm towards a grand castle. And the castle is surrounded by a vast moat, the waters reflecting the storm above. The structure seeming awe-inspiring and intimidating. This castle looking like it's been standing here for centuries. And as the drawbridge begins to lower, the storm clouds begin to part, and she walks across the drawbridge. Heads over to the castle, feeling a deep sense of peace, calm, and heads into the castle. And the air in the castle is cool and still. The deep scent of old wood and ancient stone. Her footsteps echoing so softly against the stone floors. Tapestries on the wall, depicting scenes of mythical landscapes. The castle having an atmosphere of history and wisdom. And eventually she finds a grand doorway. This doorway is carved with symbols of earth, water, air and fire. And the door gently opens, and inside she finds 4 incredible looking artifacts, each one representing a different element. an earthy-looking stone, a vial of water, a feather, and a candle flame flickering and warm. And she has this instinctive understanding that her role is to balance these elements, to harmonize the different aspects of her inner strength and consciousness. She can feel the weight and solidity of the stone, grounding her, reminding her of her connection to the earth and her own stability. She places that on a pedestal, looking like it's marked with the symbol for the earth. The vial of water reflects the clarity and the light. She can feel its coolness, its calm presence washing over her. As she places that on the pedestal marked for water, she feels a deep sense of peace and purity, and a reflection of her inner emotional depth. And the feather is light and delicate, so light in fact it's almost floating out of her hand. She places that on the pedestal marked for air, as it brings a lightness to her mind and thoughts, brings a sense of clarity and focus, and seems to almost enhance her intellectual and creative abilities. As she takes the candle, its flame warm, inviting, comforting, dancing and flickering, representing spirit and passion and inner drive. And she recognizes the power within herself. As she places that down on the relevant pedestal, feeling a surge of energy, being filled with a sense of purpose and courage. And with all four elements balanced in perfect harmony in place, a door in the far wall unlocks with a soft click, slides aside, and Sarah steps through the door into a hidden chamber beyond this room. Chamber with a sense of timelessness, its walls shimmering with a strange ethereal light. And the atmosphere in this chamber feels like it's charged with the energy of countless memories and experiences, a place where past, present and future converge. She finds herself, as she walks to the center of the chamber, engulfed in a swirling vortex of memories. Looking in one direction, time begins to run backwards, and she witnesses memories, moments from her past playing out in reverse, rapidly. She sees herself as a child, moments of joy and happiness, some sad moments, different decisions that have occurred, directing the path to the present. And each scene unfolds with clarity and insight and a new understanding. And the memories draw her deeper and deeper into her history. She watches those moments pass by in a detached way, offering deep understanding, realizing the significance of different experiences, the lessons learned, the growth achieved, the mistakes and triumphs, the fears and hopes, and how they've all woven together to form the tapestry of her life. She can see how each thread, no matter how small, contributed to who she is today. And journeying through those memories, she feels a sense of gratitude and acceptance. And she starts to have this feeling like it's raining inside the chamber, with that rain being warm and soothing, calming her spirit, cleansing past doubts and fears, leaving her feeling refreshed, renewed and revitalized. She feels a deep sense of peace, like a weight lifting off her shoulders, like a burden being removed, like being carried forward by wisdom. And then she experiences looking the other direction and sees the positives of the future, the ways she handles challenges, positive moments she hasn't even thought of and doesn't know exist, and who she becomes and continues to grow into. And after her time in this cave, learning in this chamber, she finds herself drifting back to her body, back to her mind, exiting her meditation and exiting the castle. And she walks to a tranquil, serene lake. Its water so still it's like a mirror, reflecting the glow of the moon and the stars. The sounds of the gentle breeze, leaves rustling in the trees, feeling a deep and profound sense of calm and peace. Her muscles in her body relaxing, her mind quietening, breathing deeply and comfortably, so absorbed in the atmosphere of this location. a dragonfly dancing across the surface of the pool of water. The dragonfly's wings shimmering like liquid silver in the moonlight. And Sarah walks along the edge of this lake and finds a small sailboat moored up. She steps onto the sailboat, its wood creaking softly, the boat swaying so gently. She casts off from the shore, relaxing on that boat, its rhythmic movements soothing, lulling her deeper and deeper relax. The sound of the water lapping so gently against the underside of the boat. The sensation of the boat's movements and the sound of the water, enhancing a feeling of harmony, peace and serenity. And she watches the moonlight as it dances and twinkles on the water's surface in the wake of the boat. Pondering the experience she's had. And then falling asleep, softly and slowly and gently on this boat, as it glides back across the lake. Before nudging up against a shore, waking her up. She leaves the boat and finds that she's back in the rose garden. The night sky still stretched overhead, the expanse of stars twinkling like thousands of tiny lanterns. The roses seeming to almost glow in the starlight. The sweet fragrance of those roses. The ethereal, almost dreamlike atmosphere. As the playful kitten runs over and weaves its way through the garden and starts weaving through Sarah's legs, purring softly. A sound she finds deeply comforting, bringing peace and calm to her mind. And she sits down among the roses, and the cat climbs on her lap, curls itself up, and she gently strokes the cat as it falls asleep in her lap, enhancing and deepening the sense of peace and tranquility in the moment. Watching the stars pass overhead and lying back while stroking the cat and finding herself begin to drift and float so peacefully asleep, her breathing slowing, the air on her cheeks, as she relaxes into the most pleasant dream, drifting and floating, relaxed asleep into slumberland. And this is a sleep story about a woman who went by the name Misty. And Misty was on a first date. She went to a cinema with a partner to watch a romantic film about a man who lacked confidence and believed that no one would like him. So he avoided talking to people, and when he had to talk to people, he'd lower his head to prevent making eye contact. He would talk facing down at the ground, and with a monotonous tone of voice, and very few facial expressions. The film followed this man's journey as he met someone who helped him to see himself as others truly saw him. After the film, Misty and her date started to walk from the cinema along a quiet street and past the local park. The tree-lined park was illuminated by lanterns dotted along the paths which cut across the grass, casting the most beautiful golden glow on the grass and trees, with inky black patches between the lights. Misty enjoyed the silence of the park and the quiet street, with just the sound of synchronized footsteps sharing their journey. They walked along in a pleasant and comfortable moment of silence. Misty really appreciated the silence after the loudness of the cinema. She liked the film, but wished that they would have the volume a little lower so that they could truly enjoy the experience. While walking, Misty noticed the orange glow of light in a bookshop window. The windows of all the other shops were dark. They walked towards the bookshop, slowing as they approached, reaching the window and peering in, the gentle light softly illuminating the surroundings. The shop was filled with stillness as they held their breath to take a closer look, as if breathing would awaken something unseen. After gazing silently into the shop for a while, Misty slowly reached for the door handle, carefully turned the handle, and with a slight gasp, the door clicked open. As Misty and her date stepped into the bookshop, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth, akin to that of a cosy log cabin. It was an inviting sensation, causing her muscles to relax deeper and deeper, the aroma of the shop wafting towards them. A nostalgic blend of old paper and mild coffee that felt soothing, almost like a blanket of comfort. Lined with slightly crooked bookshelves, the bookshop was a haven of peace and quietude. The shelves were crammed with books of all shapes, sizes and colours, each holding a different story, a different world. A single desk lamp on the counter illuminated the room, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to breathe life into the cosy environment. The silence was not the cold, harsh type that you'd expect in a deserted place. Instead, it was warm and gentle, like a mother's lullaby. The only sound was the soft, rhythmic ticking of a wall clock, adding a hypnotic tune to the silence. To Misty, the bookshop felt enchanted, humming with a magical presence that was gentle yet powerful. The atmosphere was serene, with a touch of the mysterious, as if countless stories were woven into the very fabric of the place. The energy was so calm that it felt like stepping into a different realm, a world separated from the outside hustle and bustle, a world filled with wonder and tranquility. And the pair ventured deeper and deeper into the shop. The curiosity piqued. Each book they picked up seemed to echo with tales of adventure, romance, mystery and history. And as Misty skimmed through a book, she felt herself becoming more and more absorbed in the enchanting environment. There was an ancient grandeur about the shop, and a timelessness that resonated with Misty. It was as if every nook and cranny of the shop held a secret, every book a key to another universe. As she became further immersed in this peaceful setting, the outside world seemed to fade away. And as Misty ventured deeper into the bookshop, the soft light from the desk lamp threw dappled patterns onto the worn wooden floor. It illuminated the book-laden shelves, casting an array of shadows that danced along with the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. And just as her eyes started to adjust to the gentle light, she noticed a faint shimmering figure behind the counter. It was a spectral shape that seemed almost like an optical illusion, yet she couldn't deny its presence. It had the semblance of a person, like a dream within a dream, only slightly more tangible. The spectral figure seemed to be a librarian of sorts, its shape more of an echo of a person than a real presence. Its form was ethereal, seeming to flutter in and out of solidity. There was something calming, almost soothing about this figure, and as Misty watched, her heartbeat slowed, and a deep relaxation began to envelop her. And upon noticing her, the spectral figure offered a gentle nod in acknowledgement. The nod seemed to ripple through the air, much like a pebble tossed into a tranquil pond. With a subtle gesture, it directed their attention towards a special box filled with books sitting on the counter. The box, an ornate affair of worn-out leather and bronze clasps, appeared as ancient as the bookshop itself. The surface was beautifully embossed with motifs of quills and inkwells, and as Misty neared the box, she felt an almost magnetic pull, an irresistible compulsion to discover what treasures it contained. She extended a hand towards the box, each movement feeling like she was wading through a dream. The bronze clasps were cold to the touch. As she opened the box, a warmth seemed to radiate from within, cocooning her in its comforting embrace. And inside the box was an array of books, each seemingly more fascinating than the last. The covers varied from beautifully ornate to wonderfully worn, each hinting at the secrets that lay within their pages. And as she touched the books, she felt the warmth spread from her fingertips to her palm, travelling up her arm and spreading through her entire body. It was as if the books were sharing their stories, their knowledge, with her through a language beyond words. The spectral librarian continued to watch over them with what seemed like a gentle, contented smile. It was as if this ethereal custodian was delighted to share the magic of the bookshop with its guests. And as they explored the contents of the box, time seemed to stretch and warp, blending into the comforting rhythm of the bookshop. The outside world ceased to exist, the quiet hum of the shop the only reality. And Misty felt as though she was floating in a sea of stories, each wave bringing a new tale to the shores of her imagination. And inside the box, her fingers traced the edges of the various books, each cover whispering a different tale. And as her hand brushed over a peculiar book with a silver pendulum embossed on the cover, a curious feeling stirred within her. It was as if the book was calling out to her, a soft, inviting whisper that echoed in the deepest corners of her mind. She picked up the book, feeling that warmth spread from her fingertips to her heart, like tendrils of warmth swirling around her, calming her mind, lulling her senses into a gentle tranquility. It was the strangest, most pleasant sensation, invigorating and soothing, as if the book held a story that her soul was longing to hear. She opened the book with a sense of reverence. The pages, old and yellowed, exuding comforting fragrance of vanilla and musk, a deep scent of antiquity. The pendulum on the cover seemed to dance gently as she flicked through the pages, each page turn adding a new rhythm to the symphony of sounds within the bookshop. Inside, she discovered that the book contained questions, enigmatic and profound, etched delicately onto the pages, the ink glistening subtly under the soft glow of the lamp. They were not ordinary questions, but the kind that could stir the soul, the kind that could cause one to contemplate the deepest mysteries of existence. And as she read one of the questions out loud, a surprising thing happened. The silver pendulum embossed on the book's cover began to swing gently. She watched, mesmerized, as it swayed from side to side. And as it swung, answers began to appear on the page, materializing from thin air, written in a delicate silver script. It was like a guide for the seeker of truth, each question leading to an answer that inspired even more questions, drawing her deeper and deeper into a spiral of thought and wonder. The book seemed to hold a universe of knowledge within its pages, offering gentle wisdom and direction, an enigmatic mentor guiding her through the labyrinth of thought. The spectral librarian watched in silence, its translucent figure shimmering faintly in the bookshop's muted light. There was an understanding in its ethereal eyes, a silent nod that seemed to say, "You're on the right path." Reading from the book, she felt an intimate connection with the universe, as if the book had opened a portal to the cosmos within her mind. It was like the book was a key and each word a step further into a realm of infinite possibilities. The more she read, the more relaxed she felt, her mind expanding, absorbing the wisdom of the ages, enveloping her in an embrace of knowledge. As she put the book back into the box, her eyes landed on an ornately carved door that she hadn't noticed before, its carvings glowing softly, beckoning her towards yet another mystery. And as Misty approached the ornately carved door, her fingers traced the delicate patterns etched into the wood. Each curve and line seemed to tell its own story, whispering secrets of times long past. The door felt warm under her touch, as if it held a pulse of its own, a gentle thrum that matched the rhythm of her heart. The date stood beside her, equally entranced by the mysterious door, and together they took a deep breath, and with a gentle push, the door swung open silently, revealing a hidden chamber bathed in a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the scent of wild roses and ancient parchment, creating a heady blend that was both invigorating and soothing. Inside the chamber, the two of them found themselves surrounded by an array of peculiar artifacts. Shelves lined the walls, each one filled with objects that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. There were delicate glass bottles filled with shimmering liquids, intricately carved wooden boxes, and strange mechanical devices that ticked and whirred softly. In the centre of the room stood a large, round table, its surface inlaid with a mosaic of coloured stones that formed a celestial map. Drawn to the table, Misty and her date approached it, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet that covered the floor. And as they neared the table, they noticed a large book lying open at its centre. The book was bound in rich, dark leather, and its pages were filled with beautifully illustrated maps and diagrams, each one more intricate than the last. Misty reached out to touch the book, and as her fingers brushed the pages, she felt a sudden rush of warmth and light. The illustrations seemed to come to life, the stars and planets shifting and moving as if guided by an invisible hand. The room around them faded away, and they found themselves standing in the midst of a vast, star-filled expanse. The stars twinkled like diamonds against the velvety blackness of the sky, their light casting a gentle glow over everything. Misty felt a sense of awe and wonder wash over her, the beauty of the cosmos filling her with a profound sense of peace. Beside her, her date stood in silent amazement, their eyes wide with wonder, and together they floated through the starry expanse, guided by an unseen force. They passed by swirling galaxies and glowing nebula, each one more breathtaking than the last. It was as if they were being shown the secrets of the universe, the mysteries of creation laid bare before them. And as they journeyed through the cosmos, they felt a deep connection to the stars and the space around them. It was as if they were part of something much larger, an integral piece of the vast cosmic puzzle. The feeling was both humbling and exhilarating, filling them with a sense of purpose and belonging. Eventually, their journey brought them to a beautiful garden, suspended in the middle of the starry expanse. The garden was filled with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, their colours even more vivid against the backdrop of the night sky. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft murmur of flowing water. In the centre of the garden stood a tall, elegant figure, its form glowing with a soft ethereal light. The figure radiated a sense of calm and wisdom, and as it approached, Misty and her date felt a deep sense of peace wash over them. "Welcome," the figure said, its voice a soothing melody that seemed to resonate within their very souls. "You've come far and have much yet to discover. This garden is a place of learning and transformation, a sanctuary for those who seek wisdom and understanding." The figure gestured towards a pair of stone benches that sat beneath a towering tree, its branches heavy with delicate silver blossoms. Misty and her date sat down, the cool stone soothing against their skin. The figure joined them, its presence comforting and serene. "For many, this place is a dream," the figure continued, "but for those who are truly open to its magic, it's a gateway to infinite possibilities. Here, you can explore the depths of your own mind, uncover hidden truths, and find answers to the questions that lie deep within your soul. Misty listened intently, her heart filled with a sense of anticipation and curiosity. She could feel the magic of the garden seeping into her very being, opening her mind to new ideas and perspectives. Close your eyes, the figure instructed gently, and allow the garden to speak to you, to guide you on your journey. Misty closed her eyes, taking a deep breath and letting the sounds and scents of the garden envelop her. She felt herself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation, her mind becoming a blank canvas ready to be filled with the wisdom of the ages. And as she drifted deeper into this meditative state, she began to see images forming in her mind. At first, they were fleeting and indistinct, but gradually they became clearer and more defined. She saw herself standing in a beautiful forest, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns. The air was filled with the sound of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of nature that was both soothing and invigorating. In this forest, Misty felt a sense of freedom and possibility. She began to walk along a path that wound through the trees, her steps light and confident. As she walked, she noticed a series of doors set into the trunks of the trees, each one unique and inviting in its own way. With curiosity, she approached the first door. It was made of polished wood with intricate carvings that depicted scenes of nature and harmony. She reached out to touch the door, and as she did, it swung open silently, revealing a hidden room filled with light and warmth. Inside, she found herself in a cozy log cabin, the walls lined with shelves filled with books and trinkets. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. The scent of pine and cedar filled the air, mingling with the faint aroma of baking bread. It was a place of comfort and peace, a sanctuary from the outside world. She explored the cabin, her fingers trailing over the spines of the books and the smooth surfaces of the trinkets. Each item seemed to hold a story, a piece of history that was waiting to be discovered. She felt a sense of connection to the cabin, as if it were a part of her own story, a reflection of her own journey. After a while, she returned to the path, her mind filled with the warmth and tranquility of the cabin. She continued along the path, her steps guided by an inner sense of direction. The forest around her seemed to come alive, the trees and flowers shimmering with a gentle otherworldly light. And as she walked, she stumbled across another door, this one made of glass and adorned with delicate etchings of stars and constellations. She approached the door with a sense of wonder, her heart filled with anticipation. The door swung open at her touch, revealing a room that seemed to be made entirely of light. She found herself standing in a galaxy, the stars and planets swirling around her in a mesmerizing dance. She felt a sense of awe and wonder, the beauty of the cosmos filling her with a deep sense of calm. She floated through the galaxy, her mind expanding with each passing moment, absorbing the knowledge and the wisdom of the stars. In this galaxy, she felt a deep connection to the universe, a sense of belonging that went beyond words. She was aware that she was part of something much larger, a piece of the cosmic puzzle that made up the fabric of existence. The experience was both humbling and exhilarating, filling her with a sense of purpose and increased wonder. And after what felt like an eternity, she returned to the path, her heart and mind filled with the magic of the galaxy. She continued along the path, each step taking her deeper and deeper into the forest and closer to her own truth. The path that she walked along gracefully wound through the forest, each step bringing a greater sense of peace and calm. She enjoyed the dancing sunlight, creating intricate patterns on the forest floor, the way the birds sang their melodious tunes, how the leaves whispered secrets to the wind. And she continued along the path, finally encountering the last door. This door was unlike any of the others. Made of shimmering silver, it sparkled with an ethereal glow that seemed to come from within. She approached the door with a sense of reverence, knowing that it held the key to her deepest desires and dreams. And with a gentle touch, the door swung open, revealing a room bathed in a soft golden light. Inside, she found herself in the beautiful garden once more, filled with vibrant flowers and lush greenery. A gentle stream flowing through the garden, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. The air filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft murmur of the flowing water. And in the centre of the garden stood the tall, elegant figure, still glowing with a soft, ethereal light. The figure radiated a sense of calm and peace, and as it approached, Misty felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. "Welcome back," the figure said, its voice a soothing melody that seemed to resonate within her very soul. "You've come far on your journey, and now it's time to reflect on what you've discovered." She sat on the stone bench beneath the towering tree, its branches heavy with delicate silver blossoms. The figure joined her, its presence comforting and serene. "For many, this place is a dream," the figure continued, "but for you, it's become a place of learning and transformation. You've explored the depths of your mind, uncovered hidden truths and found answers to the questions that lie deep within your soul. Misty closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and letting the sounds and scents of the garden envelop her, she felt herself sinking deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation, her mind becoming like a blank canvas ready to be filled with the wisdom of the ages. And as she drifted deeper into this meditative state, she began to reflect on her journey, remembering the log cabin with its cozy warmth and shelves filled with books and trinkets, recalling the galaxy with its swirling stars and planets, and the profound sense of connection she felt to the universe. She thought of the beautiful garden, its vibrant flowers and gentle stream, and the deep peace that it brought her. And she realized that each of these places represented a part of her own journey, a reflection of her own inner truth. And as she explored these thoughts, she opened her eyes, feeling a profound sense of clarity and understanding. She realized she had the power to create her own reality, to shape her own destiny. But with everything she'd learned, it was all guiding her towards a future filled with infinite possibilities. The figure stood there, its glowing form casting a gentle light over the garden. "Remember," it said softly, "this place is always within you. Whenever you need to find peace and clarity, you can return here to this garden of magic and wonder." She nodded, her heart filled with gratitude and a sense of purpose. She knew that she'd carry the magic of the garden with her, a source of strength and inspiration. And as the figure faded into the soft, golden light of the garden, she took one last look at the flowers, the way they seemed to shimmer with an inner beauty, the stream and the way it flowed so gently with soothing, relaxing rhythm, aware of the air filled with that scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of that murmuring, flowing water. And with a deep breath, she stepped back through the silver door, feeling the warmth of the garden and the wisdom of her journey settle deep within her. She knew that she was ready to face the world with a new sense of purpose and clarity as she walked back through the enchanted bookshop, feeling a sense of wonder and enchantment linger within her heart. The spectral librarian giving her a gentle nod, as if acknowledging the transformation that she'd undertaken. Stepping with her partner out into the cool night air, feeling a renewed sense of peace and contentment. The quiet streets, the lantern-lit park, the world around her seemed to sparkle with a new light, a reflection of the magic she now carried within her. Her date commented that it was truly amazing, and Misty smiled, saying yes, it was, stating that she feels it's going to be the beginning of many more adventures to come. And that night, when Misty was home alone and settling down into bed and drifting off to sleep, she recalled the memories of the magical bookshop, the garden, passing through the doors, and the magic she'd gained. And with a deep sense of gratitude and love in her heart, and a spirit full of wonder, she drifted so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And in a peaceful little village, nestled gently between rolling hills and lush green meadows, there was a hidden treasure waiting to be discovered. And this treasure wasn't made of gold or jewels, but was made of memories and dreams. And it began in the strangest of ways, with an old motorbike, rusted with age, yet brimming with a sense of adventure. And attached to this motorbike was a sidecar painted a cheerful shade of red, its seat cushioned and so inviting. And one sunny afternoon, you find yourself in a quaint village, standing before this motorbike and its sidecar. The gentle hum of the breeze creeping its way through the leaves, the distant sound of birdsong filling the air. You climb on that motorbike. You sit your cat in the sidecar on that most comfortable soft cushion. You gently strap the cat in with its seat belt and begin to set off on the motorbike, its engine so gently purring to life. And you begin to follow the winding path, the road taking you through fields of wildflowers, vibrant colours of those flowers swaying with the rhythm of the wind. You enjoy the warmth of the sun on your face, the cool breeze tickling your cheeks. You can see the fur of your cat flapping and moving in the breeze, the cat seeming to enjoy the journey with you. The gentle scent of blooming flowers tickling your nostrils and filling your senses, as the world around you seems to slow down, each moment seeming to stretch out, inviting you to savour the beauty of the journey. And as you continue to ride deeper and deeper into the countryside, you spy an old wooden sign pointing towards a forest, and the sign reads "Majestic Caves Ahead." And so you begin to journey towards the forest, curious about those caves, the trees arching overhead, the coolness of the shade change in the sound quality as you pass into the forest, passing through those arched trees, beginning to notice a deep sense of pine and earth, the rustle of leaves just audible against the backdrop of the sound of your bike. The dappled sunlight tickling the ground as you venture further and deeper, eventually discovering the entrance to those caves. And you park up the bike near the caves. You lift your cat out of the sidecar, unbuckling its seat belt, placing it in a pouch on your stomach, its paws resting gently as it looks and enjoys the journey with you. As you head into the caves, and the further from the entrance you get, the darker the caves turn, and yet you notice in the darkness a distant glowing. And as you continue walking, each echoey footstep reverberating around the cave walls, you notice the glowing, the magical looking mushrooms erupting from the walls of the cave. You continue through the cool and still air of this cave. The occasional distant dripping sound of water, following the gentle luminescence of those mushrooms, letting them guide your way deeper and deeper into this cave. And inside this cave, you're surprised to discover a hidden world of wonder. The walls glistening with crystals reflecting the mushroom's glow, creating a kaleidoscope of colours dancing around you. And as you explore, you find a small, intricately carved box resting gently on a ledge, and you open that box to discover a pinhole camera, its brass frame polished and shiny, and with a sense of curiosity you look into the camera and are surprised to see a portal shimmering with a soft iridescent light. And you place the camera on the floor, and it seems to almost beam that portal before you. And with a deep breath, you step through the portal and discover yourself in a vast library filled with the most fantastical looking books. And each book promises to hold the heart of adventure. And you explore this library, and you find a book which deeply intrigues you. And so you open that book, and as you do, you find yourself drawn into the book, whisked away to a different land, where yourself and your cat are exploring lush forests, enchanted castles, and serene meadows. And as you stand there, you can see that you're holding the book with this fantastical land surrounding you. And as you close the book, so the land vanishes, and you find yourself stood in the library. And you continue exploring this library. You find a grand window, and you see the most incredible sight through that window. The moon gently, slowly, carefully drifting across the face of the sun, before creating a ring of fire, illuminating the sky. You feel a deep sense of awe and tranquility. Aware of the beauty and the mystery of the universe. And as the eclipse passes, so you continue exploring this library, holding on to that deep sense of peace and contentment. And then you leave the library, step back through that portal, finding yourself again in the caves, seeing that pinhole camera just sitting there on the floor. You pick up the camera, take that camera with you, head back to your motorbike, strap the cat back in its seat, and head back to the village. And as you head back to the village, so the sun begins to set, the golden light adding a beautiful touch to the landscape, giving the landscape an ethereal feel. And back at the village, you wander through that village. You head into a small, inviting bookshop. Intrigued by the name of the bookshop, you head inside. Once inside, you can smell the scent of the old book, of the ancient wood, seeing the unevenly stacked and arranged books stretching from floor to ceiling in every room. Books of all types. And the shopkeeper, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes and the most beautiful, warm smile, greets you and beckons you to explore the shop. You take some time browsing the shelves, your cat seemingly exploring the shelves with their eyes. You pull out one of the books. You open that book, and it seems to fall open on a page that's shimmering with a soft golden light. And this book you were drawn to seemed to be telling the tale of a hidden realm within the cave you just visited. A realm where time stands still and dreams come to life. And as you continue to read, you feel yourself becoming more absorbed in the story again, the words seeming to paint a vivid image in your mind. So vivid you can almost hear the echo of your footsteps. You can almost sense that glow of the mushrooms. And you learn something deep and meaningful from this book. And after looking through that book, the shopkeeper hands you a small journal and tells you that this journal is for your adventures. And as you leave the bookshop, so you notice the sky is now inky and dark, and the village is bathed in the gentle glow of the moon. And you head back to an inn you've been staying at. And you settle down into your room at the inn. You begin to write in the journal about your day's experiences, while your cat curls up on the end of the bed, purring gently, writing with one hand, gently petting the cat with the other, finding the words flow so effortlessly, so easily as you write. And while writing, you feel yourself relaxing deeper and deeper with the moonlight gently creeping in through the window. The breeze through the window gently swaying the net curtains. The most comforting sensation of the cool breeze through that window, tickling your nostrils. The most beautiful ambience of nature wafting in through the window. And after you finish writing, you relax back and begin to drift into a dream. And as you dream, you feel a deep sense of peace and contentment, feeling a sense of finding yourself on some deep and meaningful level. And the next morning you awaken to the gentle chirping of birds outside. You enjoy breakfast at the inn before heading out through the village. finding a hidden garden tucked away behind a wooden fence. The gate slightly ajar, and as you pass through the gate, you discover that sanctuary of lush greenery and vibrant flowers, like a tranquil oasis with winding paths and secluded nooks inviting you to explore. And in the centre of the garden is a grand oak tree, its branches stretching out in all directions, offering a natural canopy, a natural umbrella from the sun. And beneath the tree is a stone bench, and this bench looks deeply worn, like it's been there and sat on for hundreds of years. And sitting on that bench, you notice a young girl. She has a book resting in her lap. She introduces herself and tells you that her name's Leander. She shares stories of the garden, each tale filled with magic and mystery. You listen, captivated by her words. As she stands up and begins to walk, and you follow, and together wander through the garden, discovering hidden corners and secret paths. Your cat rolling around on the grass, wandering off at times on its own little missions, before returning and checking you're still there. Leander leads you to a small, sparkling pond on the edge of the garden, with water so clear. At the right angle, it reflects the sky above like a mirror, and you gaze into the pond, and you can see the shimmering light beneath the surface. And Leander explains that it's a portal to another world. She asks if you'd like to see where it leads. With a sense of adventure, you feel that that would be an exciting thing to do. And she holds your hand and steps with you into the pond, and you can feel the coolness of the water. And your cat, not wanting to miss out, runs and jumps and latches onto your back and climbs up onto your shoulder, and then drops off your shoulder into the pouch in front of you. And together you wade deeper and deeper into the pond. The light of that portal glowing brighter and brighter as the world around you fades, and you feel yourself gently travelling through the portal, finding yourself standing before the most beautiful landscape. The sky a deep and endless blue, dotted with the occasional fluffy white clouds, rolling hills undulating before you, covered in the most beautiful carpet of vibrant green grass and colourful wildflowers, and you head through this meadow, and you head towards some distant caves. And once reaching the caves, you head into them and have this sense like these caves resemble caves you've already been in. Like maybe there's a connection between them. And there's a certain hum or resonance. The way the air passes down the cave, seeming to create the most beautiful note emanating from all around you. And deep in this cave you discover some intricate carvings telling the story of this land. And Leander explains that the caves contain great wisdom. They're a place where past and present meet, where those who seek knowledge and understanding come, and you take some time to marvel at the beauty and history etched into the stone. And deep in the cave, you discover a small alcove filled with ancient scrolls and books. And Leander carefully picks up a scroll and begins to read aloud in a language you don't recognize. And as she reads, you have this sense of mental images forming in your mind, as if the words are reverberating around the cave. And somehow making your mind see what the words are about, even though you don't understand the words themselves. And you start having these images and ideas in your mind of this land being ruled by benevolent beings who used to harness the power of the earth and sky to bring peace and prosperity to all. And although you don't understand the words, you start to feel a deep sense of connection to these stories, to this land, as if somehow the magic of the cave is wrapping around you, enveloping you. Filling you with a deep sense of wonder and tranquility. And as you listen, you start to realize that these stories aren't just tales of the past, but guides for the future, demonstrating the power of dreams and the importance of seeking wisdom and deep understanding. And eventually, Leander finishes reading, places the scroll back, and guides you back towards the portal, all the way back to that garden. And you leave the garden and head back out, continuing your journey around the village, continuing to explore the outer reaches of the village. And as evening sets in, so you head back once again to the inn. You write in your journal about your day, the cat resting gently on the bed, before your eyes get heavier and heavier, And so you close the journal, drift deeply and so peacefully asleep. And the next day, you awaken knowing you're only here for a few more days. You set off into the village outside at the first light of dawn. The soft golden glow wrapping its way around the landscape. The scent of morning dew. Curious what today will bring, what adventures you might go on. And you head back off again on that motorbike, making good ground away from the village, allowing you to explore further afield. And you find yourself way off from the village, heading into the landscape, arriving at some forest, heading deep into the forest, and discovering some ancient ruins. And you park up the bike, and you go and explore those ruins. And while exploring the ruins, you hear a sound coming from in the forest around you. And a man walks out of the forest in your direction. A friendly, kind-hearted looking man with the most wonderful smile and deeply curious eyes. And he introduces himself as Dornan. He tells you that these ruins hold a deep secret. Deep under the ruins, if you can find the entrance, is a secret library. And he guides you through the ruins. He moves aside some ivy wrapped around and hanging down some of the stonework. He crouches down and squeezes through a small gap and beckons you to follow. And so you follow through that gap, and he lights a flame, touches that flame to something on the wall, and suddenly the flame seems to shoot around this area, lighting up torches which are lining the walls here, revealing the beauty of this secret library. And together you head around this library. You see the most incredible books and find in the centre of the library is a pedestal, and on that pedestal is one large book. And he tells you to rest your hand on the book. And as you do, you begin to feel a pulsing, and you hear a deep, guttural chanting. And the library seems to almost vibrate and pulse around you, almost as if it's your vision pulsing. And then the library disappears. And just that book on the pedestal remains, in the middle of a vast meadow. You remove your hand from the book and begin to explore this meadow. And as you explore the meadow, you notice the sky here looks different to what you're used to. The stars don't match up with the stars in the sky you normally see. And you can smell the distant scent of freshly baked bread somehow wafting through this meadow. And you find yourself driven by your nose, exploring the meadow deeper and deeper. There are the scent of flowers, the sounds of wildlife, the twinkling of stars, and the scent of freshly baked bread. And as you walk and explore, you find over a small hill a man resting there, seeming so jolly, baking bread over an open fire. And he asks you if you'd like to join him, and you sit down on a log near the man. He hands you some torn off bread and then covers it in some butter and tells you this is the most luxurious bread and butter you've probably ever tasted. And together you enjoy eating that bread and butter, enjoying that rich taste. He then offers you a pastry he's made with the sweetest cinnamon scent. You enjoy this pastry and almost feel a sense that you don't want to leave here. But after a while, you know you have to head back. And so you head back through the meadow and find your way back to that pedestal. You rest your hand on the book. You hear the chanting. You notice the world around you vibrating before fading away and the library returning. And you find yourself stood there with Dornan just watching you. And Dornan asks if you're okay, says that you seem to zone out for just a moment, but that just a moment, from his perspective, was a long period of time of enjoying eating some bread and butter from your perspective. He guides you over to a book called The Solar Eclipse. He shows you the intricate patterns of shimmering light etched onto the cover. He tells you this book is magical and carefully opens the cover. And as he does, the room around you begins to fade as you feel yourself pulled into this story. And as the room fades, so you find yourself in a field watching the sun pass across the sky, gradually beginning to set. Most beautiful colours undulating and tickling the earth below. And you can see that there's an elderly man with an ornate bronze telescope. and a group of people enthusiastically crowded around them. And each person in the group takes turns to look through that telescope. And as you approach with Dornan, the man notices you and tells you you've arrived just in time for a solar eclipse. Their telescope is set up especially for being able to see solar eclipses safely. They ask if you'd like to see the solar eclipse in a way you've perhaps never seen one before. You share your excitement at this opportunity, and as you look through the telescope, so you see how incredible it looks up close, the shadow of the moon slowly eating away at the sun. The surface of the sun violently undulating and pulsing. And the man tells you his name is Orion. He tells you that when the eclipse happens, the veil between different worlds is thinnest, and so you can see this eclipse in the different worlds. Do you remember being in the other library and the eclipse seeming to happen through the window, and wonder whether they're all linked? He tells you it's at that moment where you have the best chance of accessing magic and possibility. And as the eclipse reaches its peak, the world turns into the most beautiful twilight, the air seeming to almost hum with energy. You start to feel such a deep sense of connection to the universe, a deep sense of infinite possibilities. Orion starts to tell you about stories of ancient trees and spirits that dwell within them. He gestures over to a majestic-looking old oak tree. Its arms seem to almost stretch out, encouraging and welcoming some kind of connection. He explains that this tree is a guardian of the portals, their gateways to other realms and other dimensions. He tells you that you've come here through a portal, and that through time books have been made with wood from this tree, each book containing the portal through the form of a story, through the words written within the pages of these magical books. He says that you can approach the tree, run your fingers gently around the bark of the tree, and a portal can open up for you. Because the tree itself can generate portals. And so you head over to the tree. Gently run your fingers over the bark of the tree, and you find a portal opening before you. You walk through that portal to a land of deep violets, glowing mushrooms, large crystalline structures, presenting a deep sense of wonder and mystery. Your cat perched up in front of you, looking on with deep curiosity. And you find glowing runes. And you pick up some of those runes, seeing the symbols contained on them, sharing a sense of peace and tranquility. The land around you seeming to almost hum with magic. You head back through the portal to share your experience. And Orion says that every time you pass through a portal, if there are no instructions, it could lead anywhere. He says that the journey of curiosity and discovery never really ends. There's always a new realm to explore. There's always new stories to uncover. And so you head back with Dornan. You leave this place. You ride the bike back to that inn and settle down once again, drifting and floating so peacefully asleep. And the next day, you're curious what you'll discover, what today will bring. You know that it's your last day here, before you and your cat head home, and each day has brought curious discoveries, and you explore the village, finding an old antique store containing magical items and artifacts, shelves full of glass jars with different powders in them, paintings on the walls, trinkets and knickknacks in drawers and on shelves, objects hanging from the ceiling, casting enchanting shadows on the walls as they sway and gently move. And as you look around, you find a curious, small, little brass item that really catches your attention. It's got some intricate patterns etched into it, and so you pick that up and take a closer look. And the owner of the shop says that it is an attachment for a pinhole camera, but the pinhole camera is obviously lost to time. And you wonder with curiosity as you take the camera you picked up a few days earlier out of your bag and you ask where the attachment would go. And the shopkeeper takes the pinhole camera and the attachment, and almost like putting together some Lego, or perfectly fitting some Tetris blocks in place, they attach the attachment. And even they feel a sense of shock and surprise at discovering the attachment seems to have come from this camera. Now both must have got lost many years earlier and separated from each other, the camera remaining lost somewhere, and this attachment finding its way to the shop. And he says that the attachment means that the pinhole camera can now do more than capture images. If you place a crystal within the camera, a specific type of crystal, it will capture moments and memories, almost holographically contained within the crystal. And then these crystals can be used to project a portal to different times and places. And with curiosity, you say you want to try this out. And they guide you to a quiet spot outside the shop. You carefully point the camera at the village square, intending to capture the charming scene and all its morning glory. They hand you a small crystal. You place it in the camera. You reveal the pinhole of the camera. And after a little while, you cover it over again. And then you feel a strange sensation. And you remove the crystal and place it into a place in the center of the camera, and then uncover the hole in the front. Then the world around you begins to shift and blur again, and you find that you're standing in the village square, except now the light is different, softer, the colours more vibrant. There's a strange sense of magic in the air. You find that the land around you has changed. Somehow this is like the village that always was, only it seems different. It's like a moment in time that you can wander around and explore, that seems to loop just a very short moment, about the time it takes for a bird to be flapping its wings, and so the birds seem to be flying on the spot. And you walk around and explore the village like this. And it's like exploring the village, except that everything is looped and exactly the same moment in time is happening over and over again, and everything in the village seems as real life. Except this is just a hologram. And you can walk around. And you can even interact with what's in this image. And then you head back to the camera, lift the lid, twist the crystal, and the image disappears. And you wonder what it's like for those outside of the experience, what do they see and experience themselves? And after your experience, you head off and take a few more of these curious photos before heading back to the inn, knowing tonight's your last night, and you have the most hearty, most delicious meal and conversation. You relax in the inn by the log fire. You read a good book before heading up to bed. You write in that journal while the cat rests on the bed. And then you rest back on the bed yourself. The cat climbs onto your lap, snuggles up on your stomach as you're laid back on the bed, and you gently stroke that cat as it purrs on your lap. Before drifting and floating asleep, knowing you're heading home in the morning, and you've got your journal of curiosities, of the strange experience you've had in your time here in this village. And you wonder whether it'll shape your dreams, and how it will shape your future, and how you approach the future. And you drift and float asleep, so deeply, so comfortably asleep, into slumberland. I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself playing a game of cards against a wizard wearing a fitted purple jacket. And you're playing this game of cards in a tavern with a crackling, large, open fireplace. The sounds around you of people drinking, laughing, having a good time. And yet you're all absorbed in this game against this wizard. And as you continue playing this game of cards against the wizard in the purple jacket, you feel you're approaching being likely to win. But just before the game can end, a fairy flies in the window from outside, flying in through a tiny crack opening in that window, and comes straight over to you and the wizard. And this fairy hovers near you, its wings twinkling, sparkling, like a sparkler emanating from its back, a humming sound from those rapidly vibrating wings, bobbing slightly up and down in the air. And this fairy says that your help is needed, that a legendary dragon has awoken in the land, and everyone is becoming scared. No one has seen or faced a dragon for centuries. And so the wizard looks up and smiles and says you'll have to finish this game some other time. They hand you their purple jacket and tell you this'll give you some magical protection and abilities Just look after it so you can return it when you come back to finish your card game. You thank them, and you follow the fairy, who now heads to the door with you from the tavern. You leave the door of the tavern, heading out to the cobbled streets, leaving the sounds of those people in the tavern behind, heading out into the night time of this fantasy land, in this fantasy town. Being aware of the slightly cool air and the way you can breathe that air in and out and feel it passing through your nostrils. And the fairy is still rapidly talking to you, telling you where you need to go, the directions you must take. And she hands you a map, which starts off small as she's handing it to you and becomes larger when you take it. And then she flies off, leaving you alone with that map. And you see that on the map is a route plotted already, heading from this town, following the main road out of town, which heads around and along the edge of a river, through countryside, past the fields, into the woodland. And you know it's important that you make good stride on your journey. And so you set off straight away, walking away from the town, seeing the lights of that town behind you, leaving the sounds of the town behind you, just hearing the occasional night sound of birds and crickets, the glow of the moon in the sky, the way the illuminated clouds gently drift through the sky, occasionally passing over the moon. The silence which seems to set into the world around you, just the sounds of your footsteps as you move from cobbles to a stony, more gravelly path. And then from there, the further you get from the town, you find you're walking on a path made of more compacted mud. And you continue along this path through the countryside. And with night time continuing on, the moon continuing passing across the sky, you can smell the scent of lavender fields, the scent of other flowers as you go. Unsure exactly what your quest will entail when you find this dragon. But you obviously are trusted to just know what to do. And so you continue on, reaching the edge of the wood, and passing into the wood where the darkness deepens. The occasional silvery shard of light breaking through the canopy overhead, dancing before you in the gentle breeze. An increase in silence and stillness, with just that faint rustling of the leaves. And you continue walking deeper and deeper through this woodland. And when you feel that you've walked for quite some time, and there's probably only 4 or 5 hours before the morning, you settle down briefly to have a rest. You make a small camp and drift peacefully asleep. And you sleep for just 4 or 5 hours until you begin to hear the morning birds and notice the glow of daylight shining around you, and you exit your camp, continue your journey, walking deeper and deeper into the woodland. And after some time walking deeper into the woodland, you see a small cabin, and you decide to approach the cabin, see if you can grab some supplies to continue your journey. You knock on the door of the cabin, and a fox-like creature answers the door. They invite you in. They ask you if you'd like to take a seat. And you sit down and they offer you a drink. They ask you if you'd like any food. You have something to eat, something to drink. You explain your quest. You explain that you'd quite like to try and have some supplies, if they've got any, that you can take with you. And so they hand you some drink to take with you, some food they prepare to take with you. You talk with them about how you've never seen them around these parts before, and they explain that they're a multi-dimensional being. They take on many forms, and ordinarily they travel around, but they've stopped for a little while in this area. They felt that there was a reason for doing so. They never really know what the reasons are, they just suddenly get this feeling they need to stop and stay in one place for a little while. And so they do, and then when they feel it's time to move on, they move on. And so they stopped here, and then you came along, and they know why they stayed. And when they stopped here, the cabin was just a derelict cabin, used long ago. And so while here, they did the cabin up, made it all nice. Somewhere nice and pleasant to stay for a while. And you begin to think about moving on and where you'll go next. You've got your map, and so you look at the map and you can see the journey. And you can see how far you've come, and you see you've got so far to go. And this multi-dimensional being tells you that it can be a long journey there, but they can give you something that can make the journey back much quicker. And then they guide you through to a small room off the main area of the cabin. They dig around in a dusty box, and they take out what looks like a seal, and they break it in half, and they place half down on the floor in this old little room, and they twist it, and then slap it, and then hand you the other half. And they tell you, this is like a portable portal. If you place this down when you're ready to return, you can put it on the ground, twist it, slap it like I did then, and it will create a connection with this half placed here, almost like a wormhole between the two spots, and a portal will open, and you can step through the portal and you'll find yourself right back here in an instant. And so you'll only have to journey back from here to your town. And so you place the seal in your bag. You place the supplies you've been given into your bag. You thank them for their kindness and help before leaving the cabin and setting off, continuing your journey. And as you continue your journey, so you walk through the woods before passing out the other side of the woods and finding yourself back into rolling hills and open countryside. You roam over those rolling hills, admiring the sky above, the way the clouds move so gently, birds circling up high. And so you continue walking through this countryside, enjoying the scents of the world around you, occasionally getting the map out, double checking you're still on track, following what's barely a path now over the rolling hills, heading far, far away from where you started. As the next night sets in and you're still out in open countryside, and you can notice as the light dims, fireflies hovering and darting above the flowers and grasses. You set up a camp and a small campfire, and listening to the gently crackling campfire and admiring the stars overhead, the way they twinkle and blanket the sky like a million diamonds just hanging above you. You lie back watching the sky, feeling the cool breeze, and begin to drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep. And as you drift peacefully asleep, begin to hear the sound of a drum being beat. And as that beating drum continues, you start to see something in your mind's eye, a world forming around you, as if you're lying down in tall grass and hearing the beating drums get louder. You sit up in the tall grass and look around you and find that you're in the middle of the ruins of what seems like a sanctuary, some ancient place, and sitting on an ancient rock in the middle of this space, surrounded by flowing water, appears to be the most peaceful person you've ever seen. And so you stand up and gently walk over towards them. And as you approach, they gently gaze up in your direction. They tell you that they're your guardian angel, that they're taking on this physical form in your dream to introduce themselves, to make you aware you've got a guardian angel who watches over you. And they tell you that you're unsure of exactly what the mission is you're on. You're unsure whether it's safe or dangerous, just that you seem to have been chosen. And you have magic with that purple jacket. But the only real magic you'll need is the magic of peace and calm. That they're there to let you know your journey will be safe. And when you reach your destination and you encounter the dragon, you'll know what to do. And all will be well. And they ask you to follow them. And so you follow them, walking alongside the flowing water. And as you walk, the flowing water gets wider and wider, until you arrive at a lake where the water is so wide it's gone still. And you can see the sky reflected in the water so perfectly. And then they tell you to come to the edge of the water. You walk to the edge. They tell you to take one step towards the water. And they have an arm around you gently. And they take a step with you. And you feel like they're pushing you as if to fall in the water. But as you both step forward, you rotate. You pass through the water without getting wet, while taking one step, and find yourself stood with the surface of the water behind your back, as if it's an upright mirror. And you find yourself in a room surrounded by mirrors. And technically you're inside the lake, but you're not wet and you're not in water. And the surface of the lake is behind you. And they say that this is a mirror room. As you look around at the mirrors, seeing your image reflected in all the mirrors, they tell you this room is a place where it's hard to escape yourself. It's the kind of room where you can come to find yourself, where you're confronted with yourself until you understand your true self and what's within. And they walk you around this mirror room, and you notice each mirror is very slightly deformed from each other mirror. Some mirrors slightly more concave, some mirrors slightly more convex. Some mirrors warped in slightly different patterns. Each mirror presenting a slightly different version of you back to you. and yet you know it's you in each reflection. And they walk you around this mirror room. They tell you, on some level, you're going to learn what all of this means. And after a while of walking round, suddenly you get a feeling like things make sense on some level. And with that feeling, they walk you back to where you started. And with a little bit of a push, they guide you back through the mirror. And you pass through the mirror, seemingly swinging round and stepping on the bank, with the water behind you on the ground, just as it should be, and you dry, standing on the bank with the guardian angel. And they tell you need to be aware of what you learned in that mirror room. It'll help you on your journey. And with that, they guide you off, and you head off away from them, finding that as you walk away and the drums begin to play, so you begin to drift deeper and deeper asleep. And after a while of sleeping, you awaken to the morning, to the sounds of the morning, the warmth of the morning in this meadow, and you continue your journey, filled with a sense of peace and hope and curiosity about what you'll discover and what this dragon's like. And you continue walking with just yourself for company, enjoying your own company. And after a while, the landscape begins to change again. The gently undulating hills now give way to a vast valley, the sides of the hills growing steeper and steeper as you walk. And so you continue into this valley, the sounds taking on a slightly echoey sound. And you walk through the valley, looking at the map from time to time to see where you are and how far you've got to go. And you can see on the map where this valley is. And having a map helps you relax, because it means you always know where you are in relation to other areas and how far you've got to go. So even when your own senses tell you that you don't know how far you've come, how far you've got to go, or exactly where you are, you can just look at the map and feel comfortable. And so you walk through this valley, and you can see that the point you have to reach is just beyond the valley. And you pass through that valley, heading out the other side, following a gentle stream that started in the hills of the valley and headed down at this point towards the centre of the valley, and then veered off away from the valley. And so you follow that stream the trickling sound of the water, and you can see in the distance what looks like some kind of an ancient building. And as you eventually approach that ancient building, you find that it looks like a pyramid that had perhaps stood there for thousands of years, partially collapsed, worn and weathered. And you see an entrance into the pyramid. You head into that entrance, feeling the atmosphere change, a stillness set in, and inside the pyramid, strangely, it seems like an unusual, different land, almost like the pyramid is a world of its own, and the inside doesn't look like a pyramid. It looks like it could be any other land. And you hear a deep rumbling growl coming from somewhere overhead, and then see the most beautiful, ethereal looking dragon fly past, with wings that seem to almost be like loose feathers flying in the sky. And shimmering is coming from those feathers, with iridescent hues coating the dragon seeming to change colour as it flies, as the light catches the surface of the dragon. And the dragon, spying you, heads down, and with a massive thud and a rumble of the ground, it lands in front of you, and with a deep, growling voice, it asks who you are, what you're doing here, and where they came from. The last they remember, they were drifting asleep, and now they're awake again. And you explain you don't know where they came from, but people are scared at their return. People haven't encountered dragons for hundreds and hundreds of years. And they explain there's nothing to be scared of, but they're also trapped in this pyramid. They're trapped in this land, and they can't fit through the doorway you took to get in here, so they can't escape. And you don't know exactly what your role was. You ask if they know anything about their history, where they're supposed to be, and they explain that they come from a land of dragons, but they were trapped here in this land, and they became a thing of worship. And then they were put to sleep, the idea being that once it was figured out how to return them, they would be awoken, so that they could be sent back to their own land. They're now awoken, and no one is here to return them to their own time, to their own place. And you say you're wearing a wizard's jacket, and perhaps you can perform some kind of magic, and you learn a bit more about them. And you're curious Because if they were supposed to sleep until they could be returned, perhaps the fact that no one's here to return them is because you have arrived here and maybe you can return them. And you look around in this pyramid, which still just looks like a normal land, except that they definitely feel trapped in this exact location. And you see a potter's wheel that's rickety and weathered and old. And you have this feeling like perhaps you're supposed to use that. You see some crystals on the ground, and you cast a magic spell over those crystals, and they begin to glow and pulsate with purple light. You notice there are spaces for them in the potter's wheel if you can just fix the wheel up. And so you fix that wheel up. And you begin to turn the potter's wheel. And the crystals begin to turn, imbued with your magic. And a glow begins to emanate and pulse and become stronger. And as it emanates, pulses and becomes stronger, so it seems to be filling this space, the purple light expanding, growing. The crystals almost singing a lullaby as they spin. And as they spin faster and faster, so you can feel the magic growing and spreading from within you. You start to make sense on a more conscious level of your time in that mirror room, how there were multiple versions of you and you knew each one was you. And with this, you notice that this purple light seems to have some form of ability to show up the inside of the pyramid. And on each panel of the pyramid seems to be a different image of the dragon. As the dragon flies around, its image reflected in all the mirrors. And just like in that mirror room, each image is slightly different. And you realize they need to just fly through the correct one. That these mirrors can be passed through. Each one is like a different universe. And they instinctively recognize which one to pass through, in the same way that you were helped in that mirror room to pass into the room and back from the room via one very specific mirror. And the dragon flies towards one of the mirrors as you continue spinning that potter's wheel faster and faster. And you watch as the dragon passes through a mirror, and just as it's passed fully through, the mirrors shatter. The potter's wheel stops generating purple light. The crystals suddenly splinter. and silence sets into the pyramid, and a darkness sets in, and it's almost like the inside of the pyramid. It's like the inside of a pyramid, long forgotten. As if it had come alive just while the dragon was here. And now it's as it would be for an unoccupied pyramid that hasn't been occupied for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And you leave the pyramid. You think about your journey home. You take out that seal from your bag, place it on the floor, twist it, slap it, and an electric blue portal opens up before you, like an orb in space. You step through that portal, and you find yourself in that room, in that cabin. You walk out of the room and notice the cabin is derelict. It looks like no one's lived there for years. The portal closes behind you. You walk through the derelict cabin. You begin finding your journey home from that cabin, curious why it's derelict, when someone was there not that long ago. And as you walk back towards the village, back towards the town you came from, you encounter that fairy, and you've still got the map, and you hand them back the map, and they greet you and clearly know you and recognize you, and they thank you for what you've achieved, and you say that you've had a few strange experiences. You explain about the cabin that looked occupied and now looks derelict, and they tell you you met who you needed to meet, and the world around you was created for you as you needed to see it, for you to understand what you needed to do, and for you to understand how to make it there and back again. And for now, you can let go of the experience. You freed the dragon, sent it back to its own land. And you head back through the town back to the tavern, where you see that wizard sat at that table near the fireplace. They greet you and ask for their jackets back. You return their jacket. They ask you to continue playing the game, and so you continue playing the card game, and they get you a drink, and you enjoy that card game for a while. Sometimes you winning, sometimes they win. And then at the end of the night, when it's very, very late, they bid you good night. You head back home, and you look forward to settling down in bed, and you're greeted at home by your cat, who weaves their way around your legs. And they come to bed with you. They relax on the end of the bed as you settle down and drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland, thinking about the journey you've just been on and what it could all mean, drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep And this is a bedtime story about a queen who lives in a palace high up in a mountain. And she often feels that she leads quite a isolated existence. Being the queen, she's often expected to just remain in that palace. People will come occasionally and visit. She'll hold functions and balls, but most of her time is spent just gazing out over the land below, and she can see from this palace high up in the mountains the vast landscape stretching out below, the snow-capped mountains, the crisp blue sky, the forests and weaving rivers, the peaceful meadows, and all she can do is look out and dream about being able to go and explore, about having the freedom to lead a life. And one day, she wakes during the night when she hears a sound coming from somewhere else in the palace. She leaves her bedroom, walks quietly down the large corridor on the softest of rugs, almost feeling like the eyes in the paintings are following her, but at the same time feeling a deep sense of comfort and connection to her history as she walks. She continues down that corridor and can still hear that noise. Until eventually she arrives at the heavy wooden door to one of the studies. She carefully and slowly inches open that door, and inside the study she sees a fairy flying around, flying from ornament to ornament. She can hear its wings with their high-pitched buzz, just a blur behind the fairy's back. She asks who this fairy is and what they're doing in her palace. And the fairy says that they've been observing the Queen for many years, that the Queen's parents had tasked them with that role, to look after her, keep an eye on her, and so that is what they've been doing. But over recent years, they've felt that the Queen was seeking something, was often lost in thought, and they had no way of being able to find out what was going on for the Queen without revealing themselves. And they were wondering now whether to do so, and they were searching this study to try to find any books that might contain ancient knowledge that would reveal whether there's any circumstances where they're allowed to reveal themselves to the person they've been tasked to watch over. And the Queen comments that it seems like a pointless point now when they're talking, and the fairy agrees that it does seem rather pointless about whether it's allowed or not when it's happening. And so the Queen heads deeper into the study. She lights the fire in the fireplace, pours herself a drink. It's just the early hours of the morning. The sun hasn't even risen yet. She sits herself down in the most comfortable of armchairs near the fireplace. As the fire begins to crackle to life, gestures for the fairy to stand or sit down somewhere rather than buzzing around, and then talks to the fairy and shares her thoughts and worries, her concerns, the things she feels she's missing out on, the life she would like to have. And the fairy says that she can use magic to help her to be able to go out unrecognized. And she can then explore and find herself, find out who she truly is, and find out what it's like to not be a queen. And the Queen remarks that this is all very well and good, but what about those in the palace? They would obviously miss her and recognize she's missing. And the fairy says that with her magic, she can always take the Queen's place for a time. She can make herself look like the Queen. The Queen can share with her some of the tasks she's supposed to do over the next few days. She already knows the Queen's mannerisms. She's kept a close eye on the Queen. And so the Queen has a gulp of the drink and says, "Let's make it so." And the fairy pulls out a tiny magic wand with fairy dust sprinkling from the end with each movement. And as the fairy dust liberally flies off in all directions, the fairy begins to chant an incantation, doing specific gestures, hand movements, specific patterns. A focus seeming to increase. The room filling with more sparkling fairy dust. As the furniture springs to life, begins to dance and sing. As the fire begins to dance in tune in the fireplace. As the fairy continues her incantation. and the Queen watches with intrigue and notices her cold drink seems to be beginning to bubble and turn hot. So the fairy continues her incantation. The Queen puts down the drink as the glass warms up, and then, with a movement of the hands like the end of a conductor conducting music, with stillness striking the room, furniture becoming still, the fire seeming to become still in the fireplace, the fairy dust settling to the ground and vanishing, silence setting over the room. The fairy says, "Drink that warm drink." And the Queen drinks the drink. And as she drinks the last drop, the swirl of light starting from around her feet spirals up around her legs, around her midriff, around her chest, her arms, her head, getting brighter and brighter. She feels a tingling throughout her whole body. And then, as the light fades, she feels no different. She asks what has changed, and the fairy gestures to the window, and the Queen heads over to the window, opens the thick curtains, and can see her reflection in the window against the darkness outside. She notices that she has long blonde hair, freckles on her face, blue eyes, almost the exact opposite of her normal look, of brown hair, brown eyes, and clear skin. She notices the changes to her cheekbones, to the structure of her face. Notices she's wearing a pretty sunflower dress, and she looks very different to how she ordinarily looks. And the fairy says that even your voice has changed. To yourself you sound as you do, but to everyone else you sound very different. And the Queen looks at her arms, at her hands, at her footwear, and the fairy says, "You will have just one day through until midnight, and so a little over 24 hours. Before this wears off, and in a flash of light you'll turn back to looking like the Queen that you are." And so the Fairy says that you should go now before anyone wakes up. There's a number of hours before morning, but go now. Leave the palace, and I'll turn into you. And with that, the fairy waves her wand over her own head, and in a flash of light, just as she's finishing saying those words, the words are finished in the Queen's voice. As the Queen sees herself standing there, and she says, "I suppose it's back to bed," and finds her way through to the Queen's bedroom. As the Queen heads through the corridors quietly, softly, and finds her way out of the building, begins to descend the mountain, descending down towards the forest below, following the track that so many people travel up to see her along. She can hear the first hint of early morning birds coming from that forest below. She can feel the fresh, cool air. She breathes that in while descending. And she feels a sense of excitement and curiosity about this experience that she'll have. And she's got the whole of today, overnight and through to midnight tomorrow. And so she explores that forest, touching the bark of trees, the tender, waxy leaves in her fingertips, softly moving branches out the way as she passes, hearing the sounds of different animals, birds, noticing faintest hints of the light edging its way down through the canopy overhead. Occasional beams of light tickling the undergrowth as the wind blows a gentle breeze through the tops of the trees. Curious if she'll see anyone and what she'll discover and explore. And she continues on through the forest, finds her way towards a river that passes through this forest, that travels down from the mountain, that's travelled from the mountain about as far as she has. And while following that river, smelling the fresh coolness of the air alongside the water, the gentle sound of that water as it bubbles along beside her, finding it easier to pass through the forest along the bank of the river than pushing through the trees, and knowing that as long as she can find this river, she can definitely, easily find her way back up to the mountain. And while continuing, She hears a noise and quietly walks towards that noise, where she sees some children playing on the edge of the water, their trousers rolled up, splashing barefoot in the water, laughing so carefree. And she stops for a moment to observe before quietly approaching and engaging in conversation with them, asking them where they live, what this place is like, what they enjoy doing, learning something about these people, these children, before saying goodbye, continuing on, crossing the most beautiful stone bridge and heading down through the meadows and farmland towards the local village. And as the morning continues and the walking continues, she sees a farmer walking along with a horse that's ploughing a field. She says good morning to the farmer, engages with the farmer and learns about their role as a farmer. They talk about having to wake up early, having to work long hours, the pleasure they get and the achievement they get from the role they take. And she continues on, hearing the sound of the church bell ringing for the morning, heading into the village, heading towards the church, admiring the simple stained glass windows and the basic stone structure of that church. She meets some people who greet her so friendly as they enter the church, and some as they leave. Some are carrying flowers in baskets, others carrying fruit and veg. She talks to a number of the people, each one sharing how they enjoy the life they lead, the things they choose to do, feeling a sense of purpose, engaging with the community, engaging with each other, all having their own different skills. And she says goodbye to them and continues her journey, finding her way to the marketplace, feeling a little overwhelmed in the market, with so many people pushing here and there, so crowded, so much noise, so much confusion, an assault to her senses she's not used to. As queen, she's aware of crowds, but the crowds are always kept a little distant from her. Here she's weaving in and out of people, having people trying to sell her things. And so she walks through, smelling the different scents of different foods, seeing different materials, different items of clothing being sold. being offered bits of free food and free drinks. She talks to different sellers, learns about their experiences before continuing on out the other side of the village, continuing to explore. Enjoying the peace out the other side of the village, heading through meadows, following the river past a mill, its wheel turning as the water flows past, following along past lavender, the scent of that lavender, the colour and the feel of the lavender, enjoying that touch of the lavender, getting that scent on her hands, usually being unable to enjoy touching wildflowers, because what she gets is normally picked and delivered. And up in the mountains, flowers don't really grow like this. And she continues through the meadow until she sees in the middle of the meadow, some way away, a small cabin with a wisp of smoke rising from the chimney. She heads over to that cabin, knocks gently on the cabin door, and a small man with the friendliest of smiles and the cutest of little ginger cats answers the door. She asks if she can come in for a cup of tea, explains she's exploring and just getting to meet the people around here and to learn from them. And they invite her in. She sits by the fire, the cat jumps up on her lap. She begins stroking that cat and it begins to gently purr and snuggle down onto her lap even more. She's presented with a warm cup of tea, which she drinks while talking to this friendly, small old man, who explains what it's like to live around here, to have a community to engage with, to feel a sense of worth. And they talk about their time in this land, the history of the land as they know it. She listens with intrigue, absorbed in the stories being told, to the point she finishes her drink. And it's beginning to get dark outside. She says that she should leave because it's getting late, and she says goodbye to the cat before heading back towards the town. And back in the town, she hears a lively tavern, and she's never been inside a tavern, so she heads to that tavern, heads inside, asks if they've got a room for the night. and she's given a key to a room and told where it is. She heads up to the room, freshens up, before going back down to the bar. And at the bar she chats with more locals, seeing what they're like when they're not working, when they're enjoying themselves. She chats with the bar staff. She engages in drinking with them, in playing bar games, feeling a part of this community, before finding herself getting more and more tired, and so heading to bed, and waking the next day knowing she has to make her way back to the palace before midnight. And so she takes some more time to explore this village. She starts to ask people about the Queen, about what people thought of the Queen. And they explain that she pretty much seems to let them lead their own lives. She's a very good queen, but they never really see her. She doesn't interfere with their lives. And some of them say they feel sorry for her, that she probably is lonely up there all by herself. The queen of this land, yet not really a part of this land. And she talks with them some more about how things could change, what they would like to see, before developing some ideas. As the day continues on towards evening, and so she starts making her journey away from that village, following the river, heading back through the forest. Finding her way all the way back to the palace high up in the mountain. And when she arrives back at the palace, she knows that she doesn't want to be seen not looking as the Queen. So she waits for a while, sitting in the garden, and it's dark and the moon's out and the stars are twinkling overhead, and as her eyes adjust to the dark, she can see the faint sign of the aurora, like curtains waving gently in a breeze. She enjoys sitting on a bench in the garden, gazing out at the view, the way the moonlight reflects and sparkles on the river's surface below. She reflects on her journey, on her experience. And as midnight strikes, with a flash of light from her feet up to her head, she turns back into herself. She sneaks back into the palace, finds her way back through to the study where she meets with the fairy, who is back as the fairy. She talks with the fairy about her experience, about what she learned about herself about others, about happiness, and changes she would like to make, that she knows those around her might feel uncomfortable with those changes being made, not wanting her to take such risks, but she decides she wants to feel more part of a community. She doesn't just want balls with wealthy, other aristocrats from other places, but she wants to open her home to the local people, to engage with the local people, to travel herself for supplies into town, to head to the market, to enjoy walks in nature, to feel like she belongs. And she explores all this and explains it all with the fairy. And the fairy says it sounds like she's no longer needed to be here right now, but if she's ever needed again, she'll just know it and she'll be there. And the Queen thanks the fairy, as the fairy seems to just vanish. And the Queen leaves the study, heads to bed, and wonders if she missed anything in the day and a half that she was gone, or whether everything ticked on as usual. And she looks forward to the changes she'll be making as she relaxes back in bed and drifts and floats so calmly, so peacefully, asleep into slumberland. I'm just going to tell this story about a woman who is resting at home one day, and she notices out of the window, while it's raining, as she's listening to the gentle pitter-patter of the raindrops on the window, that the sky has an unusual hue to it. There are areas of sunlight and areas of cloud, and while gazing out of the window, admiring the curious atmosphere, admiring the textures of the clouds, and the contrast between the dark sky and the sunlight, she notices the most incredible, vivid rainbow forming in the sky. And she watches for a while and realizes the rainbow doesn't seem to be fading. Minutes turn into hours, and that rainbow still seems to just be hanging there in the sky. And so she gets wrapped up and dressed up, ready to go out in the rain. She heads out into the rain, raising the hood on her raincoat. The sound of that rain reverberating around her ears as it strikes the coat and the hood of the coat. The sensation of each raindrop hitting the coat. and some of the spray from the rain catching her face. And the weather is the most comfortable temperature. As she's wrapped up, it's not too warm and not too cool. And nobody else seems to be out, perhaps all tucking away out of the rain. And she walks in the direction of the rainbow. And she's going in search of the legendary pot of gold that she hopes to find, where the rainbow touches the ground. And she doesn't know whether the pot of gold is at the left side of the rainbow or the right side of the rainbow. But she feels that the right side is probably correct because it's right. And that's where she decides to check. And so she heads in the direction of the right side of the rainbow, keeping an eye on that giant, vivid arch of colour stretching overhead. Curious at how that rainbow is lasting so long as she walks. And as the rain continues, and the sun shines through the rain, casting that ethereal rainbow in the sky, she continues journeying towards where the right side of the rainbow touches the ground. And she heads through a town, heads out into countryside, and she can see that rainbow still way off in the distance. She continues following that rainbow, curious how it's staying where it is, heading deeper and deeper into countryside, noticing how the countryside seems to strangely be shifting and changing as she walks, as if reality is shifting and changing. And yet, the one constant is that rainbow. She occasionally hears the sounds of birds singing in bushes and trees, but is surprised at the stillness of the environment with just the sound of the rain, only occasionally being punctuated by other sounds. She reaches grounds of an ancient monastery that seems so still, and the stonework of this ancient monastery casts the most incredible contrast to the nature, the greens of the grasses and the trees around. She cuts through that monastery, curious what it was like in the past, long before it became ruins. She heads out the other side of the monastery, continuing to head towards that rainbow, which has now hung in the sky for many hours. It's almost as if time is caught in a loop, not proceeding forward, but still playing, like just a loop of rain in a moment. And she continues on through the countryside. The feeling of walking through fields where the ground is slightly spongy. The smell of the air in the countryside, cleaned by the rain. A certain freshness to that air. As the landscape continues to subtly change as she walks, in a way that's barely noticeable, and just retrospectively she realizes how different the landscape is becoming. She finds herself walking into long grass, taller than she is, with wide shards of grass, almost rattling in the breeze. As she walks through that grass, keeping an eye on the sky, on that rainbow as she walks. And she notices the rainbow getting wider and wider, and knows that she's nearing the base of the rainbow. And she hopes that she'll find the gold that she seeks. And eventually she reaches the foot of the rainbow. She can see it arching high overhead. Its colours so vivid against the darkness of the rain clouds. But at the foot of the rainbow, instead of finding gold, she notices that there's what looks almost like a blue portal with a slight whirring sound, as if this rainbow is beaming out of that portal. She wonders whether there is the same at the other side of the rainbow. And this portal takes on the shape of an orb, and she pokes a stick into the portal, takes that stick out and decides to walk through the portal. And as she walks through the portal, so she comes out in a continuation of that long grass. But the environment is incredibly warm. A very different environment to the one she just came from. It seems much drier, and as she looks behind her, she can see the portal, but not the rainbow. And as she looks behind her, she notices the entire environment is very different. And she continues walking through this long grass, curious where she is. And as she walks through this long grass, so she starts to hear the faint, distant sound of flowing water. and she heads towards that sound of flowing water. And as she nears the sound, so it becomes louder and louder, and she can begin to smell the scent of the fresh water flowing. And as she gets closer and closer to the water, so the grass thins out, and she finds herself on the bank of a wide river. And she carefully follows that wide river, curious where it'll take her. And along the riverbank, she sees a very unusual sight. Something large seems to be in a deck chair with a parasol above their head. And she gets closer and closer and realizes that it's a manatee, seemingly resting on its back, enjoying the weather, shielding itself from the sun with the parasol. And as she approaches, she slows down and engages in conversation with this manatee. And while talking with the manatee, she can hear the water trickling alongside, the sound of the rustling grass, the sight of the occasional butterfly flitting in and out of that grass. And as she talks with that manatee, she asks where here is. And the manatee tells her that she's in a land of elephant grass. And she asks what the elephant grass is. And the manatee says that elephant grass is all that tall grass that surrounds us, that's as far as the eye can see. And it's called elephant grass because if it ever rains heavily for 40 days and 40 nights, the grass flowers. And then following the flowering, an elephant is born at the base of the bits of grass, and the land becomes overrun by elephants, and the grass seems to disappear, and the landscape for a time is barren. And then the elephants disperse in search of food, travelling off in different directions to different lands, eating the remains of the grass before they go. And this manatee explains that sometimes it's been known to go wrong, that a strange kind of rain happens, and something very different occurs. That there was one year where it was raining incredibly heavy, but it was also very windy. And the wind and the rain mixed. The fronds of grass intertwined with each other. The river that weaves its way through this elephant grass overflowed, and this river contains elements from the distant mountains, which mixed with the soil. And as the rain subsided, and the river settled down, out from the ground erupted tens of millions of chickens, running around, noisily pecking at all the seeds, pecking at the remnants of the grass. Chickens as far as the eye could see. And the woman engages further with this manatee, not once thinking that actually it's a strange experience to find a manatee lying back on a deck chair with a parasol overhead, who can also talk. Something about the experience just felt natural. And she sets off from that manatee, having asked for directions on where she should perhaps go next. The manatee had said about the mountains, and so she thought perhaps she'll head towards those mountains, and was curious what these elements were, which wash down the river from the mountains. And so she follows the river up towards those mountains. And while walking towards those mountains, she notices a white pelican standing in the water, so patiently waiting, staring into the water. She calls out to that white pelican and asks them the direction, if she's going the right way to the mountains. And the pelican tells her that she is, that she can head this direction past the lost city, where eventually she'll find a garden. And in that garden, she'll find the path into the mountains. And she leaves that pelican, continues following this river. Until she thinks she can see the faintest hint of the peaks of the mountains on the horizon, and she continues to walk, and the elephant grass gives way, first to shrubs, and then to small trees, and then to woodland. And she heads into that woodland, and while walking through the woodland, she decides to stop, to take a break, to rest for a little while. And as she rests, so a little fairy seems to fly from the water's edge, curiously investigating her, asking her about who she is, where she's from, where she's going. And she explains, and the fairy says that the journey is going to get very difficult as you begin to ascend the mountain. But hidden within the mountains are multi-dimensional beings called the Hugs. And the Hugs can't be seen, only felt. And they're incredibly friendly. Their aim is to help, to bring hope, to bring comfort. And you'll encounter them, but you may not even realize you've encountered them unless you need them. The fairy said there are little hugs that are very small, would probably only come up to your knee. And then there are big hugs that are about twice your size. And the fairy explained that you can't see the hugs, these multi-dimensional beings. But if you could, you'd notice that they're almost like just balls of fur and fluff, with the friendliest of eyes and faces, and the warmest of cuddles. And they communicate through touch. And so they come up, and they give you a hug, to help motivate, to help you feel safe and secure, to help you feel supported, to help you better continue your journey. And whenever you need a hug, they will be there. Sometimes you might need a little hug. Other times you might need a big hug. But they'll be there when you need them. And then the fairy flits off and seems to rest down on a lily pad in the middle of the river, before jumping in the air, landing in the middle of that lily pad and seeming to disappear. And the woman rests for a little while before continuing on her journey, and she encounters the lost city, so she knows she's heading in the right direction. And the lost city appears to just be rocks and ruins. And she climbs some areas she's sure used to be walls, and weaves through other areas she thinks may have been doors, and follows other areas that look like they were probably paths, maybe even roads. She feels that she can almost hear the sounds of what this metropolis used to be like. The chinking of blacksmiths working with metal, the clopping of horses, the murmur of people selling to each other in markets, enjoying each other's company. The vibrant nature of this place when it once existed, and having a curiosity about how it all came to an end with time. Maybe the people from here just gradually moved on and went their own separate ways, as she now continues on her separate way through this lost city, back into the woodland, hearing the rustling of the leaves overhead as the wind blows a breeze, pushing past branches, feeling the bark of the trunks of trees as she weaves around them. Watching the shards of light breaking through the canopy and dancing ahead. in the dust of the woodland, glittering, sparkling, almost twinkling like fairy dust. And gradually working towards a clearing the other side of the woodland, where she finds an unusual sight, a traditional well-kept garden, seemingly at the base of the mountains. And she walks up to the gate to the garden, peers over the gate to see who may or may not be in this garden, trying to work out who this garden belongs to. It's well maintained, so someone must be here at some point. And then carefully unbolting the gate, walking through the gate, with a creak and a click closing the gate behind her, smelling the most beautiful scent of the flowers, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, and then seeing the most friendly looking cat lying in the sun in the garden. And as she gently, slowly, carefully approaches that cat, so the cat flops onto its side, gives a little meow, and she reaches out and scratches its belly gently, rubs its fur, rubs just under the cat's leg, and the cat rolls onto its back, and she spends some time with that cat, curious who owns this garden, and notices while she's engaging with the cat that the sun is setting behind the mountains, and it wouldn't be sensible to climb the mountains in the dark. And so she wonders if it would be okay to set up a camp in this garden. And so she makes a makeshift camp in the garden from bits she's acquired on her journey. The cat comes and sits down near her, and as the garden begins to darken, as that sun continues to set, she notices fireflies flying around in the garden, most beautiful dots of light, flitting from place to place, sometimes hovering in a location. And then she notices in the darkness somebody approaching holding a light. And as they carry that light, its flame gently flickering so calmly and beautifully, she's curious who this is. And they're a short, elven creature with smooth skin, gently pointed ears, the softest hair, and the kindest eyes. And they engage with the woman about how she's found this garden, she's met their cat, She's obviously demonstrated she's kind and friendly. And so in the morning, they'll show her the route up the mountain, because it isn't what she would expect, and says for now settle down and sleep. And then they turn and walk away, and the woman settles down. She watches the night's sky, the stars in the sky, the colours of the sky, and drifts peacefully asleep. And the next morning, she wakes to the cat padding on her arm, feeling so calm and comfortable. She walks across the garden, curious about the previous evening's encounter. And that elven person appears again, guides her to the sundial in the middle of the garden, twists the top of the sundial, and with a click, they then tilt the sundial, revealing some steps, and they say, descend those steps, and it'll take you to the path to ascend this mountain. And so they descend the steps. They light a torch as they go. You can hear the occasional drip of water down here. And they walk along a tunnel under this garden, and then find some steps before them. They begin to ascend these steps, and the steps get wider and wider, and the roof above the steps gets higher and higher, until the roof is so high the light from the torch no longer reaches it. And they ascend, and they ascend, and they ascend, encountering glowing moss, streams of glowing fibres around the walls, helping to light this space. They reach a point where they begin to struggle with the constant ascent, and then feel a sense of being hugged and filled with strength and motivation, kindness and support, and encouragement to keep going. And they continue a while longer before stopping to take a break, and then continuing again some more. And after they feel like they've been ascending for hours, they start to think to themselves they can't go on, they can't keep pushing themselves like this. They don't know how much further they have to go. And then they feel a big hug. And they continue on after eating and having that rest, until eventually finding themselves at an oak door with ornate carvings. and they open that door and realize they're in a room looking out from the top of the mountains, carved into the mountains with windows. And in this room, they see multiple elements, different powders, seeming to be worn directly from the rocks. And carefully feeding in to the trickle of water from up here, and watching as that water trickles across a thin path in the floor of this room before beginning to trickle down the side of the mountain. Those elements merging, mixing, being like the lifeblood of the entire landscape below. And from here they can hear the blustery wind outside. They can see way off into the distance, way off back to where they started. They see the faintest hue of blue of that portal way off in the distance, so vivid and vibrant. From here it just looks like a pinprick of light, and yet it's still visible. And they look around this space, finding this room seems empty, but it seems purposeful. It has windows. It's designed as a room. Elements seem to be just wearing off the walls and carefully flowing and mixing with the water. And then they see from the corner of a room a small owl hopping along the ground and then walking towards them, greeting them, introducing themselves, explaining that they're the wise one of this land. Everything works here like clockwork. Everything has a purpose. The mountain grows. The elements wear down. Those worn elements pass into the water. The water flows down the mountain and feeds the valley below. And life forms all round. And as that water evaporates in the distance, the wind blows the water towards the mountains again, where it rains down on the growing mountains, evaporates more of the elements, and the cycle continues. And as the wise one, they're responsible for making sure that this continues day after day, with no break in the cycle. There's some variation in the cycle. Sometimes some elements mix more than others. Sometimes it rains more than other times and for longer than other times. And this creates a certain level of uncertainty and change. And they ask the woman what led her to be here, and she explains she came in search of gold, but found this place instead, finding a portal where the gold would normally be. And they say to the woman, "You struck gold. Very few people have ever made it here. It's very rare for anyone to find the base of a rainbow, and that the bases of rainbows are portals between lands, each base leading to different lands, and the portal is different depending on the rainbow and the quality of the rainbow, leading to different lands, different dimensions." And they explain to the woman that she needs to head back and find her way back, that they can share some knowledge with her, make this trip meaningful. But she needs to head back before the rainbow dissolves and the portal fades. And they hand her an enormous kite and what resembles a kind of surfboard mixed with a wing. And they tell her to get back, the quickest way is to kite surf the wind, the updrafts of warm air, following the descending cold air, recognizing patterns in the sky to navigate your way back. They tell her to hold on to the kite, holding on to two separate strings that will allow her to direct the kite left, right, help her to raise up, lower down, and to be on that windsurfing board. And with a sense of uncertainty, she heads out of this room onto a ledge here at the top of this mountain. She then feels a big hug giving her a hug and feels comfortable. And the owl says, "You can trust us. You can trust yourself. This is no storm in a teacup. You can ride this back to where you came." And she pulls on the cords, lurching the kite forward, which launches in the air, jumps onto the board, locking one foot on the front, and sets off, waved off by the owl, and begins surfing the wind back to where she came, surfing above the mountain, above the garden, above the woodland, weaving and following that river back in the direction she came from. Sky surfing all the way back, noticing way down there that manatee still choosing to rest on a deck chair under a parasol, and lowering herself down and weaving, landing among the elephant grass, skidding along near to the portal that she's aiming for. And she passes through that portal, finding herself back where she started, in a more familiar land. The tall elephant grass here fading as the portal fades, where it had bled out through the portal into the land around. Seeing behind her the rainbow fading, the portals closing, the clouds clearing, the rain stopping, as she found her way back home, and as the sun increased in temperature, now there were no clouds or rain, she took off the raincoat and carried it with her. As she walked back towards her home, and as she arrived home and went to get the key out of her pocket to open the door, she finds a tiny little carved statue of an owl, inscribed on the base, saying something to remember your journey by. She opens the door and goes in to her house. She makes herself a drink and settles down for a while, reflecting on the journey she's had. And as night falls, she heads to bed, still in her mind, running over the experience, curious how the portals form, why others haven't discovered them before, why she's never heard of them before, wondering whether she'll ever get to leave this land and maybe visit other lands in the future. Knowing if there's another rainbow, she's definitely going to go searching for the end of the rainbow. And she settles down and begins to drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself travelling along an English canal in a narrow boat, and your boat is travelling along very slowly. You're carefully manoeuvring this boat along the canal, enjoying the leisurely journey through the waterways. The sun gently setting in the background, casting the most beautiful glow across the water and the landscape as you gaze out over the flat meadows and fields, pocketed with the occasional patch of woodland. That golden light, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. The sound of the motor of the narrowboat chugging away gently as you hold the rudder, steering, making small changes to keep that boat on track. The slight sloshing sound of the wake as it reaches the bank of the canal. Perhaps noticing the sound of ducks some distance down the canal taking off, sound of their wings flapping as they build up speed and run on the surface of the water, while the pumping of their wings cause them to call out and verbalize their experience. Maybe even noticing the occasional person walking a dog on the bank of the canal, perhaps seeing the excited face of the dog, its tongue hanging out, panting, its tail wagging, maybe occasionally chasing after a bull. Perhaps seeing a dog that jumps in the canal water, paddles around for a bit before swimming back to the shore, planting its feet just right, and shaking itself dry, its fine mist created, forming a soft rainbow through that mist as the low sunlight shines across the landscape. Finding this life on a narrowboat to be so relaxing, like really slowing down time, allowing your mind the time to wander and drift and dream. That golden light shimmering as it bounces along the water's surface. The early evening birds announcing their arrival as you continue along in search of a place to moor up for the night. And after some time, beyond the sunset, when the heavens are dappled with twinkling stars, like diamonds hanging in the night sky from ethereal threads, each one twinkling ever so slightly, dancing ever so gently, like a celestial mobile above your head. You see a place to moor up. You slow down from the already slow speed cutting the engine and gliding gently into the mooring, throwing the rope onto the dock as the boat comes to a halt, tying the boat to its home for the night, appreciating the silence. Now the engine's turned off, where you can hear the gentle sloshing of the water against the side of the boat, so gently, such calm water. You can breathe in and feel the freshness to the air, a certain calm stillness, and the scent of nature and the delicate watery fragrance of the canal as you head into your narrowboat. Turn on a light, descending those steps, hearing on the sides of the boat that rapping of the gentle water, almost lulling you to want to sleep before you're ready. As you cook yourself up some food and then sit down on the most comfortable sofa you've got within this narrowboat. And this narrowboat has a bedroom at one end, and just above the bedroom at the front of the narrowboat is a slightly raised roof with a stained glass window, and half that window is above the bedroom itself, but it moves beyond the bedroom with the other half the window, allowing light into the living area. And you have a kitchen area on one side. You have a bathroom and some storage on the other side. You have a wraparound sofa, only parted by the steps down into the room. Finding this area so cozy and so snug. And although you've got some spotlights in the ceiling of your narrowboat, you use lamps you've got dotted around, which allow for softer light, more focused light, more atmospheric light. And so you have something to eat and you sit down and you rest for a little while, just listening to the water, before turning the lights off, heading through to the bedroom area and heading to bed and drifting and floating into the most peaceful night's sleep. And while you drift and float asleep deeply, you dream that you're walking along a seashore, walking through slightly damp sand. The sound of the sea gently rolling over alongside you. Trying to decide whether it's more like a gentle hiss or a gentle rumble. A bit like white noise of that sea rolling in. And it's a little distance from you, but you can still smell the salty air. You can see as you walk barefoot across the sand the way your feet leave their mark on that sand, the way the sand changes colour with each footstep. And you find a location where you feel the sand is just right, just the right level of dampness for you to build a sandcastle. And so you start building up that sandcastle, filling a castle-shaped bucket with sand, with a small spade, patting that sand down, the gentle thud with the spade, before tipping the castle over, giving a little shake to the bucket, tapping the top of the bucket with that spade, carefully giving a little bit more of a shake, wiggling that bucket ever so slightly, paying close attention to the information you're receiving through your fingertips, to the subtle changes and feeling from the bucket, where you notice how the sandcastle is loosening from the walls of the inside of the bucket as you carefully and gently twist and shake that bucket very, very gently, in very small motions, until the bucket feels empty, and you know underneath the bucket the sandcastle should be stood proud. And so you carefully lift the bucket up from the sandcastle to reveal the perfect castle. And then with the spade you dig a moat around the castle. You rub around that moat with the spade to neaten it up. You build up a bit of a wall from the sand from the moat around the foot of the castle. You then start to carefully dig from that moat in the direction of the sea, carefully digging over to the sea to make a channel to the water. And you dig that channel close enough that as some of the waves gently roll in and slide along the surface of the sand, they start to flow into your channel, and you watch as that water rolls gently down that channel and starts to fill up the moat. And you watch as that moat fills. And then, to make this last a while longer, once the moat is filled, you fill the channel back up. And you dig a secondary moat, an empty moat, a little bit closer to the sea, with the sand from that moat piled up behind the moat, between the moat and the castle, so that as the tide slowly comes in, the castle will have an opportunity to last a little bit longer before being washed away as just something in a moment. And you sit on the dry sand some way back from the seashore, gazing down towards that sand castle you've built, feeling the radiant warmth of the sun as it tickles your cheeks, breathing in the warm air, smelling the gentle scent of the salt, hearing the distant sound of the waves lapping on the shore. Enjoying this dream, the peacefulness of the dream, the simplicity of the dream, like having a still mind, just focusing on one enjoyable task, on being in the moment while doing that one enjoyable task. And you watch as the sea gradually comes in and starts to overpower your creations and begins the process of eroding that castle, of wearing down the physical structure, leaving behind just the memories. And while the castle wears down to just a smooth mound of sand, and gradually that smooth mound of sand softens and becomes flatter and flatter. You close your eyes on this beach, enjoying being in the moment, enjoying drifting and floating deeper, more peacefully asleep. And as morning approaches, you're awoken by the soft light filtering through the stained glass window, the various colours, arousing a sense of peace and calmness within you. And you wake up feeling so refreshed and revitalized, having fallen asleep like every other night, where you have that sense of being rocked asleep so gently, and you have yourself some breakfast before continuing your journey, unmooring, continuing to travel along the canal. And after a while you arrive at a lock. You navigate your way through the lock, heading into the lock, closing it behind you, changing the water level, waiting patiently for that to occur before continuing on your journey and then closing the lock behind you again. Continuing your journey along the canal, each day just being so relaxed, so peaceful, very calm and leisurely way of life. A very simple way of life. And eventually, as the next evening begins to knock on your shoulders and the curtains of night begin to draw, you see a mooring by a traditional British pub. You moor up by that pub. You head into the pub. There are some locals in here and great atmosphere. Wooden beams. And the outside is wooden beams and painted white and a thatched roof. And this pub is the Crow's Nose. And the picture above the pub, the sign hanging out from the building, it's like a shield with a crow's beak on that shield and crow's wings coming off the side of the shield. And you head into this pub and you order a drink and some food. And you go and sit down out the back in the pub garden. And this pub has a front pub garden with some benches and people out the front, and a back pub garden with some benches and more space and fewer people out the back. And so you sit and enjoy your food, and you enjoy your drink. The gentle murmur of people in the background, talking, enjoying themselves. And as you sit there, so unusual looking man in a purple cloak and a pointed hat walks over to you, sits down at the table near yours, and they declare that they're a wizard. And you smile, as if just to be polite, unsure really how to respond. And they pull out a coin, and they make the coin vanish in their hand. And again you just smile politely, thinking many people know how to do a magic trick like that. But you don't say that, you just smile politely. And then this wizard tells you that they can show you something really curious. And they wave their arms around, and nothing happens. And you smile politely again. And so they stand up, move to an open space in the garden, They flex their arms and their fingers as if to psych themselves up. They straighten their pointed hat on their head. You watch with curiosity, little intrigue, unsure what they're trying to do. As they make large arcs in the air with their hands. Only this time there's a slight electrical buzz and hiss and slight electric blue sparks coming from the path their hands are taking. Then they move their hands faster and faster, before pulling their hands in opposite directions, as if to pull open some curtains. And as they do, the space between the sparkling ring opens out to show a different environment. And this gets more than just a polite smile. This gets you to stand up in shock out of your chair and walk over to them, looking more at the gap that goes somewhere else than at them. And they gesture to the gap. They say, I told you I was a wizard and I'll show you something interesting. And they take their hat off. They walk through this portal they seem to have created. They gesture back for you to join them. You look around and see there's no one else in the garden. No one else to defer your decision making to. And so you shrug your shoulders. You follow behind them and walk through this portal. You find yourself in a clearing, surrounded by woodland. And it appears like the Mad Hatter's tea party is taking place from Alice in Wonderland. And you watch on with curiosity. As these characters have afternoon tea in this strange clearing, in this woodland. And the wizard, not even acknowledging the tea party, walks to a tree, opens a door in the tree, and gestures and tells you to come on. And so you follow them, looking back at the tea party. You find yourself entering the tree, discovering you're heading down a spiral staircase, and the wizard is counting themselves down the spirals, down the steps, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You hear them stepping off the bottom step, as you, a few steps behind them, follow on. You hear them opening a large metal door. They walk through the door and you arrive at the door and walk through following them. and find yourself in a large dungeon under the tree. And you walk through this dungeon, each footstep echoing off the walls. And you head all the way to the far side of the dungeon, where the wizard taps on a few specific points that you would never remember. And with this, the back wall of the dungeon falls away to reveal what looks like the inside of a stone building with a staircase rising up. And you follow this wizard up this staircase, and after quite a climb, you notice hanging down at this point is a pendulum of a clock, and you continue to ascend. And near the top, you can hear the loud ticking of the clock, and eventually you arrive at a room at the top and find that you're surrounded by the inside of clock faces, looking at the reverse image of each of those clock faces and the hands on the faces, surrounded by the mechanisms, all the cogs of the clocks, all attached to the pendulum to keep time. And the wizard tells you that they're actually an advanced being, but advanced technology often appears like magic to significantly less advanced civilizations, and everything you're seeing is a representation to make this make sense to your mind, to what your neurology can understand. And that this clock tower and its faces and its cogs and its keeping time is just a physical manifestation of a quantum realm where you can travel through time. And here, this location is between time. It's a point out of time where in every direction time runs in different ways and different spatial locations. And beneath each clock face is a door, and they gesture for you to walk towards one of the doors. And so together you walk towards that door. They gesture for you to go ahead, and so you walk through the door and the other side of the door. It's as if you're looking over space from a point of nothingness, as if the clock tower is floating in space, independently of anything else. And you head back into the clock tower and you walk to another door, You walk through that door, and as you look, it's as if you're gazing over a fantasy landscape. You see dragons flying in the air. You see tall, almost impossibly built castles and towns. And you walk back in through the door and you go to the third door. As you walk out of the third door, it's as if you're floating over a massive thunderstorm with purple lightning striking and dancing through the clouds, unable to see the landscape below. And you walk back into the clock tower and you go to the fourth door. And as you walk through that fourth door, you seem to be on the strangest looking planet, with pink clouds, golden landscape, and strange sounds of animals. And you head back into the clock tower. You go back to that first door. You walk back through the first door. Only what you see this time is the sight of a steam train hurtling through an unusual landscape. And the wizard says that because the clocks are ticking and time is always changing, what is through one door when you walk through it once isn't what's through that door when you return to it. It's forever changing. And a reality collapses into reality at the point of you walking through the door. But once you leave that reality, it's as if that reality now passes. And like a wave function, any other number of realities are through the door, settling just on one when you walk through it. And then in the centre of this clock tower, the wizard forms an orb before them, weaving their hands around this ball of light. They then seem to almost pull that ball of light wider and larger with their hands. And once this ball of light is the size of them, they tap it with one finger, and instantly you feel a deep sense of peace and tranquility. And they explain that that ball is a quantum flux of all realities, past, present and future. And their civilization has reached a point of being able to create these quantum flux balls like this that allow them to Connect with time, to alter time, to move through space and time, as if there is no time passing. And after they show you this experience, you decide that it's time to return back to that pub garden. And you take the slow way back, descending the steps, heading through the dungeon, finding your way all the way back and out the portal as they follow you. Before creating another portal, stepping through it, closing it behind them, leaving you alone in silence in this pub garden, where you know no one would believe you if you said what your experience was. They'd probably think that you're making it all up. Maybe you've had too much to drink, even though you know that's not the truth. And you wonder why this wizard appeared before you, why they chose to show you the things that they did, why they chose you. Because you believe there must be a reason. And so finding your mind going around and around that idea that there must be a reason, that must have been a real experience. You finish up in the pub as it's getting late. You leave the pub and head back to your narrowboat. You settle down once again on your narrowboat and drift and float so comfortably, so peacefully asleep into slumberland, exploring your experiences in your dreams, trying to work out what it all means as you drift deeper and more relaxed, asleep.